Welcome back, Elaine, to the Atone Zoom room for another live session in the Atone course. So let's jump straight into today's email. There's, as usual, a daily quote. I'll share with you, and you can then read it. So let me share my screen. Yeah, so if you can read the headline quote, and from Eckhart Tolle today, very, very simple, short, sweet, but yet very profound quote.
The human condition, lost in thought.
Yeah, so 6 words to describe the human condition. It's actually 3 words, because the second part of the sentence is the descriptor for the human condition. Lost in thought. We get lost in our own thoughts. So it's the most succinct and accurate summary of the human condition I've ever come across. It also leads beautifully into today's lesson and the rest of today's mind training material, which is all about thought. And my thoughts don't mean anything. So in the recorded discussion today, which the link is in the email, we talked about the map of consciousness, the illusion of needs, how it traps us in fear and desire, map of consciousness. We looked at this the other day with Lynn, just a useful scale to determine where you currently are, and then how to shift. So if you're down at fear, then your next step up would be desire, and that can then it can give you an idea of where you are and a roadmap out of that. So often people are very caught up in the apathy of the past, grief, and so on, the inertia of all that. They need a philosophy that says, okay, you can actually make stuff happen. What your mind can think of and desire and focus on, you can achieve, because that shifts them out of the apathy. It makes them future focused instead of past focused. So it shifts them up a level. It's still not ultimately positive, but at least they're out of the grief and the apathy. So that's often what happens with personal growth. Most of the personal growth movement is designed to shift people from these lower states, being rooted in the past, apathy, being stuck, and then moving into, okay, I can make stuff happen. I can desire something better for myself. And so it moves them into future focus. It's still not ultimately true, but at least they've moved up, and they're on a journey. And then when they hit the limits of that rejustic thought system of desire, which is always underpinned by fear, then maybe they can break through into the courage to really look at themselves and let go of the ego, which is just their self-concept, and then start on the ladder up from 200 upwards. So the desire and the fear reinforce the ego's belief in scarcity and block abundance from flowing into our lives, because they make us believe that we are not satisfied now and can only be satisfied in the future when we achieve our illusory desires, while simultaneously reinforcing the fear of not getting what we desire and remaining in our current perceived state of lack. A contrast to the ego strategy that will never bring us true fulfillment or happiness, the Holy Spirit, which is just a remembrance of love, teaches us to give thanks for what we already have, even if our circumstances on the level of form don't seem to warrant gratitude. So gratitude is overcoming the state of lack, of scarcity, sacrifice, as the Course calls it. So this attitude of gratitude tends to create circumstances in our lives for which we can be even more grateful, because positive energy always creates more of itself in the same way as negative energy does. So gratitude helps us to surrender to spirit and allow ourselves to be done through, as David Hoffmeister puts it so well. Be grateful for whatever unfolds in our lives and the abundance that is showing up for us in every present moment. And this brings to mind the story of a Zen master and a student at a Zen monastery that I heard Eckhart Tolle telling in one of his YouTube videos. So the story goes, the student who was leaving the monastery after trying for 5 years and failing to understand Zen. Remember, Zen is part of the Buddhist tradition, but it's quite a strict tradition. It's very much about your own realization. Zen master doesn't give the answers. They just give a question that helps the student to find the answers. So the typical Zen koan might be, what is the sound of one hand clapping? And then the student has to work that out for themselves and come to their own understanding by working with the koan. So this, to go back to the story, the student asked the master just before he leaves the monastery, says, Master, what advice can you give me that will help me in the outside world? So the master replied, you want to read that?
Wherever you are, whatever the situation is, say just one thing and mean it. I am grateful for this and have no complaints whatsoever. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm grateful for this and have no complaints whatsoever. As completely undoes the ego. Of course, the ego is going to go, what? You're going to be a doormat? Everyone's going to take advantage of you. You can't do that. So, expect resistance to it. But if you can really apply it, then there's no problem. It's never a problem. Okay, well, whatever it is, it's happening for me. We're talking about Bekung's insight. It's all happening for my awakening. So even if on the level of form, it seems to be terrible, and someone's really behaving terribly, apparently, and they unfairly treating me, it's actually all perfect. I have no complaints whatsoever, because this is obviously my lesson. This is what I'm meant to learn, to wake up to who I am.
Yeah, I like that one. That resonates with me as well. I like that she got the cockroach on her mouth.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's a cockroach.
Or a spider or something.
Huge spider. Yeah, it's an insect of sort.
Yeah.
And she's not bothered. She's in a deep kind of connected state. She obviously got some makeup on, or painting. Maybe it's part of a spiritual ceremony, probably of sorts. Might be ayahuasca or something like that. Who knows? But whatever, she's clearly in that state, not bothered by the insect on her mouth. I'm grateful for this and have no complaints whatsoever, which is why I chose the photo.
Yeah, I like that.
So we can remind, that's a simple practice in any situation to say, okay, whatever is this, I'm grateful for this and have no complaints whatsoever. Because then, there's no grievance. The grievances can't happen if this is the case. I'm grateful for this and have no complaints whatsoever. It's a complete undoing of the ego, isn't it? If you really apply that. Whatever happens, he's saying, the master says, whatever happens, whatever the situation is, I'm grateful for this and no complaints whatsoever. Does that mean you don't do anything? Not necessarily. Yeah, so you'll go, well, hang on. So it just means you're a doormat. You're not going to take positive action. No, not necessarily. You just don't have complaints about it. Yeah, the
Well, she can
situation is.
just, well, she can just refrain that from the spider as just a nice, another essence, another nice creature giving me a
Yeah,
kiss.
and I'm not resisting it. So if I don't resist it, it's my mind's own judgment of the sensation. Okay, so there'll be a kind of a, itchy, tickly sensation on her lips and wherever it goes. But if I don't judge that, what's the problem? If I don't complain about it, what is the problem? So gratitude goes hand in glove with forgiveness or letting go, because you can't be grateful for something apparently negative that happens to you until you have let go of any grievances you're holding on to and reinterpreted the situation. Right? Grievances and
To
gratitude are
reinterpret. Yeah, it's the
yeah,
reinterpreting. I'm getting a bit mixed up with that. Yeah, because you
yeah.
can just like in her case. I mean, most people would be ooh, but you can just reinterpret it as being another essence, and it's not. It's harmless. That's how yeah, I would speak to myself to reassure me that. So that's reframing it. Is that what you mean? Yes. You wouldn't sort of say, "Ooh," you would just say, "Oh, another little creature."
Yeah. You you
Yeah,
you you you, you don't judge it as negative. You don't
yeah.
complain about it. You this
You're
is what
grateful.
acceptance.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
grateful.
you're grateful for the experience. I mean, good example of awakening through facilitated by an insect was Byron Katie.
Mm,
So her story was she was in her mid 40s, really a mess by her own. And just she was not in a good state at all. She was using drugs and alcohol to
mm,
cope. She had, her mind was just full of worry and self-doubt, and she had such a low self-esteem that she didn't even think she could sleep on a bed. She was
mm,
in this kind of rehab halfway house place for women, and yes, she had her own bed in her own room. She slept on the floor because she
mm,
didn't feel worthy of the bed. This is how
mm,
low her self-esteem was, even though the bed was there. I mean, it's just amazing what the mind can do. So then she wakes up in the morning and there's this, cockroach crawling over her leg.
mm,
And instead of going, oh my God, that's disgusting, I'm gonna, brush it away and get up, she just went it took her into a state of pure awareness. She just observed the cockroach and there was no judgment. And she just kind of saw the essence of her in the cockroach and went into this unity consciousness. And then she
mm,
went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror and went, who am I? Who's this person looking at me? And it took her into an awakened state, which was her shift. That shifted her out of all of that negative drama that she'd been caught up in for her whole life, and into an awakening state, much more awakened than she was, to and then she became a teacher,
mm.
helping other people to do the same thing. So, one experience like that of just accepting, she didn't resist that cockroach in any way, took her into enlightenment. So it's only when we've really let go of a situation that you can see why you should be grateful to the people and the situation, because and it made you aware of another aspect of your ego. It helps you to let it go. So taking you one step closer to enlightenment, which, remember, is a state of mind which only love exists. So why wouldn't you be grateful for a process that's taking you back to a state in which only love and everything that comes with it, peace and joy, where only that exists and there's no pain and suffering and sickness and death? Of course you should be grateful for that, but it doesn't always seem that way.
Mm.
This is why gratitude is the penultimate step before total forgiveness in the 10-step letting go process. So it's kind of it's the litmus test, isn't it? Of well, have I really let it go? Well, if I'm grateful for it, really genuine, I'm not faking it. I'm like saying I'm grateful, but actually I'm still angry and resentful. Really, feel that gratitude, and you feel it as a kind of open, expanded feeling in your heart. You can really feel that, then you've really shifted. And the letting go is completed. If you're still angry and resentful, then you haven't really. So that's why it's the penultimate step. It's the confirmation that yes, I have really let go. So it's a good litmus test. Am I grateful for this? No, I'm still angry. Okay, well, you need to let go some,
yeah.
whatever the negative emotion is. Yeah, but
Yeah.
typically you'll have a grievance. If you're not being completely grateful for something, then there's a grievance going on. The grievance sabotages love, peace, joy, happiness. So in the recorded discussion, which is a good one, it's definitely worth watching, listening to. Bakang, so there's the same Bakang 5 years ago I mentioned. Oh,
Was he on the video?
yeah, he was in the session. Yeah, Kang mentioned a story about Greg Braden, an American spiritual teacher, who went with a Native American Indian friend of his to pray for rain in the middle of a long drought. So they hiked to this ancient stone circle in the desert in New Mexico. It was sacred to the Native American Indians. His friend stepped into the stone circle and he gave thanks for the rain, while vividly imagining he was experiencing the sensations of rain falling and mud under his feet. And Greg Braden wasn't sure what he was doing. He just went in there and there was no song and dance. And Greg Braden was expecting some kind of, song, dance, ceremony, prayer. Like the guy just did it for a couple of minutes. He's in the stone circle and he's closing his eyes. And then he's like, right, I think we're done. Let's go get something to eat. I'm hungry. And Greg's like, oh, okay, what did you just do? And his friend explained that he just gave thanks for the rain by experiencing it in that moment. Okay, so I'm experiencing it as though it's real. I'm experiencing
right, but it
the
wasn't
rain falling, feeling it on my skin, the smell of the rain,
yes.
the mud in my, under my feet. He's experiencing it mentally. He's giving himself the present moment experience of the rain in the stone circle. And the reason why the stone circles are powerful is because many spiritual practices and so on have been done in them or around them. And so there's an energy that's developed over, thousands of years. And so it becomes like an amplifier of thought and emotion, and it kind of
which you can do with anything. You could do that with anything.
Amplifies whatever's done in the stone circle. It kind of amplifies it to the point where it has an impact.
It has an effect. So you could visualize like a pain in your body or your head. You can visualize it being, pain-free, all of those things.
And I think there's also the idea that because they'd done the hike, it wasn't just, oh, well, I'll just go stand on the sand anyway and do it. Because he's like, well, why didn't you just do that wherever you were? Like do it in your house or do it in your back garden. The idea that it was because they'd hiked for several hours, it made that experience more significant in the mind. Okay, so we've hiked for hours to do this ceremony. This is important. And we've come into the stone circle, which has meaning in that spiritual tradition, and it is a quantum, and because of all the work that's been done before, it's an amplifier of thought and emotion. And then does the ceremony. Doesn't have to be long. It's not like, oh, well, you have to do hours and hours of praying for rain. No, it's actually just in the moment you connect,
Feeling
you
it.
go, it's already there. The rain's already there. I experience it as such. That goes into the quantum field. And voila, after years of a severe drought, it started to rain that evening. It's like, okay, so what are the
Quite
odds of that?
impressive. So it is. Yeah, no, it is. I believe in the power of those things. Absolutely. It's like I say, that experience with the chair.
So this is, how this mode of prayer works. Gratitude. So it's the prayer of gratitude that just says, okay, I'm grateful for what it is, and I experience it as already present. Not like, oh, please God, bring us rain, and in that prayer,
No.
you're affirming that the rain isn't there. You're saying, no, it's already here.
You've got it in a. Yeah, I get you. Yes. Yeah.
It's already here. So, like, I experience that abundance now, and then that gives the signal into the quantum field that, okay, that's your experience. So then it comes. And then it happens in form a little while later, because it takes a little bit of time. But no, it doesn't have to be a lot of time. That was, that took, I think they did it in the morning and early afternoon, and then they hiked back to a few hours, and then they watched the clouds starting to form and build up, and suddenly there's rain within 24 hours.
So there you go. So it was right in front of their eyes. I bet they were amazed. Or just that's how they pray.
I don't think the Native American guy was amazed, but Greg Braden was like, okay, this is something different. This is not the normal way of praying.
Right.
The normal way of prayer is, please, God or
please.
universe, whoever you pray to, give me this that I'm lacking. I don't have it and I want it.
Yeah, and so does the.
What you're affirming then is that you don't have it.
So it's in the
But if you
negative.
go, no, well, I already have it. It's already there, and I experience it as such. That is affirming the reality already. And so then it manifests in time later down the timeline. But remember, there's no time. So you really know experientially that it's there, as the guy did. Okay, the rain is already here. Then it kind of brings it into manifestation, because there is no time. You collapsing time, as he says in the course. Miracles are the only device you have at your immediate disposal for controlling time. So you can collapse time, and then manifestation happens quickly. There doesn't need to be a lot of time, as we saw in this instance, because the rain came very, very quickly after years of no rain. So again, you could say, well, it's totally random. The skeptics will go, that's just random coincidence.
But you just know, it's just a fear. Yeah,
that's a huge assumption. Random coincidence. Okay, it's been a drought for years. There hasn't been rain for months and months. And then suddenly that you do this prayer ceremony, and then within 24 hours, there's not just a little bit of rain, there's floods. There's so much. And Greg Braden said to the guy, well, and we're like, why so much? He said, I haven't quite got that part of the prayer right yet. The quantity is like, it's just going to rain. But it's like, okay, well, it's just going to really rain. So it's going to pour, and it's going to flood down. So this led us into a discussion of how the most powerful prayer is feeling positive emotions like gratitude now.
Right. So, like I say, if you've got a pain in your head or whatever, feel no pain,
Mm,
and not pray for it to go away. Please, please
mm,
get this pain away. It'll be a
yeah.
case of the pain is gone, feeling the pain is gone. Is that
Yeah.
right?
And
Yeah.
I give thanks for the healing. It's already there. I'm feeling the state that I want already now. You know, that's the answer. Which then profoundly affects the quantum field, which is made up just of projected thoughts and emotions. This field is what creates our apparent reality in time and space.
It's amazing because why we don't do this. We just seem to be so stuck on the negative and the dramas, and yet it's there to be had, this wonderful gift.
Yeah, it's all there, but we don't know. The ego's confused us. And it
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
tell
yeah,
you
of
this
course.
is all possible. It requires some mind training to say, okay, actually,
Mm,
there's another way of doing it. If you want stuff, let go of the desire for it and accept that it's already there. Accept that, and you
that
don't have to
makes sense.
focus on more. It's just like I'm okay.
Yeah.
Say you've got financial worries. That's quite common. I'm already
Mm,
okay. I'm fine as I am. You accept that. And then,
yeah.
that I'm saying to the universe, that's my state. That's my chosen state. And then
And,
it manifests accordingly. Okay, well, if that's your state and you've established that in
mm,
your mind, then so that is. And then, it creates that
whereas
reality.
normally we all sort of say, oh, I hope I can afford that or whatever.
Yeah,
Could
yeah,
please, I hope I get work next
yeah,
week or whatever. If you talk
yeah.
like
So,
that, yeah, I
hmm.
know what you're saying, yes.
So you're
And then you
dealing
put,
then with scarcity. Now, if you believe,
mm-hmm,
if you operate that way, then it's all based on scarcity and lack. Oh,
mm,
this is I might be lacking. Oh no, I need this because I'm fearful of I lack, and that's the ego's
I
program.
might not be able to pay the bills
But
or this and the other, yeah.
yeah, okay, so I need more work, I need more money, and then we desire that. We go, okay, well, if I could just get some more work, or I could get this, but I feel lacking right now, and then
Mm,
this is going to sometime in the future. So really, what you're doing is you're confirming your state of lack. The more you desire it, the more you're saying that I'm lacking it. You see why desire is such a problem. That's why the Buddha
mm,
noticed that desire is the source of all suffering. Because by desiring something, you're actually affirming your state of lack. Otherwise, why would you keep desiring it? It's a paradox, isn't it? It's like, okay, I'm
mm,
desiring it, but actually it makes the lack worse. It confirms the lack. So
yeah,
desire, craving keeps me in a state of craving. I'll never escape that if I keep on in that mindset.
yeah,
Rather, just accept right now that I'm okay
yeah,
as I am. I'm fine. I'm okay. It doesn't matter that maybe my bank account doesn't have much money. I'm okay, and I feel that okayness, that sense of peace and calmness, and I establish that as my state. What am I saying to the quantum field? That's my state. This is what I am. And so then it picks up on that signal and goes, okay, that's what you are. You've set that, you established in that. So uh, your reality will manifest according to that state. And then it comes into being miraculously. And people go, oh, how, that's a miracle. How did that happen? Because I established myself in the inner state first, and then I let the external reflect it.
mm,
So it's inside out rather than outside in. So let's look at the integral model again. It's very simple. We've been through this before, and this is the miraculous way of manifesting. but it's important we understand it. So it's about going within and changing our mind first up. So going into the subjective interior eye, saying, okay, if I'm desiring, then really I'm saying I'm not okay. And I'm giving that signal all the time, and then that reflects in my reality. All right, so I'm not going to desire, I'm just going to affirm I am okay right now. I am enough. This is why Marisa Peer would say to clients, say, I'm enough. So it's a statement of abundance, not of scarcity. I am enough, or I am powerful. That was your essence.
That was mine, yeah, last year.
It's whatever word you use. It's affirming the state of abundance, of completion, that's beyond scarcity and lack in that moment. And if you feel that, then you're establishing that state as your state right then in the now, and that goes into the quantum field, which is really just the sum total of all thoughts and emotions that everyone is thinking and feeling. It goes in, and because the quantum field is what manifests the external reality, then things start to change. And you find, more abundance on the level of form comes your way. It's like, because you go, well, it's actually all okay. It's going to be okay. I'm going to be fine. I don't know exactly how. I don't know the way yet, but I feel that. I'll give you an example. So I came over to the UK. Literally the day I arrived, I had nowhere to stay. Deborah's renovating her house. The room is uninhabitable, so the spirit is uninhabitable. So, okay, so where am I going to go? No, you could get pretty stressed about that, but I was like, okay, it's going to be all right. I asked for guidance, show me the way. Miraculously, I told you about getting the bus. Just got there with the guy was about to pull off, and I managed to get on the bus, so I didn't have to wait 4 hours. And then I'm on the bus. I'm like, okay, well, I got my phone. I'll just figure it out. Go on Airbnb, work it out, and found somewhere, and then organized with her that same day to stay for the rest of the month. It was like, I didn't know how it was all going to work in form, but I knew that I'd be okay. So it's that knowing we have to find. And it's like, okay, well, I don't know where I'm going to go after this, but again, there's a knowing. So I like, okay, well, just show me, like it's going to be okay. Just direct my words and action. So I'd contacted a lady in Deborah's village, where her house is in Mottram. And something said to me, no, just call her. I'd messaged her, I'd sent her a voice note a few days before, and she hadn't responded. So I could have gone, oh, well, she's obviously not interested. But something said, call her. Called her, and she's like, oh, well, actually, we're selling the house. So, are you interested? I said, yeah, that's fine. I don't want it long term, just, short term for a few months is fine. That could really work just down the road from where Deborah Gabriel's. Was all guided, and then it's like, okay, so then then that comes about, and then it's like, well, how am I going to pay my rent next? Well, I don't know, but I'm trusting it's going to be okay. There's a few ways. I don't know exactly, but I've got various things happening in my other businesses, but that's not the point. It's not the form. Okay, well, how's it going to happen? I know it's going to happen, and then the way will come. The knowing is what creates the form. On the level of form, the objective situation, how it plays out in form on the body and the behavioral level, comes from your state of mind that knows. And so it's going into that knowing state. Okay, it's going to be fine. I know. And then the form comes accordingly. And that's what most people don't understand. They try and do it outside in. They say, I feel like I'm lacking, so therefore I need something in form to meet the lack. That's
Magic.
magic, that's
Mm.
money, or a special relationship, or whatever they think they're missing, and they
Mm.
desire it. And they go, and the more I crave it, the more I desire it, the ego tells them the more you're likely to get it. But actually, that's just a lie, because actually, the less likely you are to get it. Because what you're affirming by desiring it is you're affirming that you don't have it. So you keep telling your mind, no, I don't have it, I don't have it, I need it. Well, you're
Scarcity.
affirming the reality of lack and scarcity rather than that you actually have it and of abundance. You see
Mm.
why desire is the source of all suffering. That's the
Oh,
Buddhist
yes.
insight, the Buddha's
Absolutely,
insight,
yes.
because it creates all of this craving and suffering. You never will attain the fulfillment because the way the mind is working, you keep on in that state of lack and trying to fix it with the same mindset, and of course you never will because
Mm.
you just keep craving. And he's going, well, then that's just continuous suffering. You never actually fulfilled. You never at peace. You never go, actually, it's all okay. I feel that sense of peace and completion because I'm always desiring for something else.
Yeah.
It's just it's a way of thinking and a way of being that we need to be aware of when we do it and correct it. And so I'm just teaching myself now because okay, well, just remind yourself this is the principle. This is how it works, and it's worked before for you. So just apply it, and it'll work again.
It's true, yes. It's just the ego does have a knack of sneaking in, though, doesn't it? It's really
Oh well, the
being
ego loves to
vigilant.
doubt.
It
What it's
does.
always trying to do is make you attach to form and say, "Oh no, no, no!"
No.
But you don't have certainty here. You don't know how this is all going to work. So then you start
And this time it
fearing.
might not
Oh,
work.
but
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
might not
Yeah.
work out the way I think it will. Well, then what? And you go into the future and
It
and you
just,
can't work it out in that because you're in fear and you can't work it out because there's so many scenarios. Well, if this happens, then this, or I don't know, and it feels very
oh, horrible, actually.
yeah,
I've
horrible. It's
been
not a
there.
not a nice state of mind. We've all
It's-
been there, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it is. It's
torment.
not
Like
nice
there's
at
no
all.
certainty. You feel uncertain, you feel you're like on shifting you because you're playing in the shifting sands of time and space, which are not certain. And
Which
you're trying
most
to
of us
find
do,
certainty
actually.
there, but you can't find certainty there because it's
No.
all illusion.
Yeah.
So we need to direct our minds and our energy and our attention to the internal, the individual interior. This is where it's at. And we need to establish ourselves in a state of calm and peace, which is a state of abundance, and go, it's okay. Right now. I don't know how. I'm not concerned about the how. I'm concerned about establishing myself in the state right now.
Mm.
What am I thinking and how am I feeling right now?
Mm.
And if I can establish myself in this state and I feel it and I connect with it and I can stay rooted in this state, then I trust that everything on the level of form will work out because I'm in the correct state. And so that energetically is what goes out into the quantum field, which is just a projection of thought or energy. And that is what then manifests into as form. And that's why the miracles can happen. Profound miracles. When you shift, let's say you shift 2 or 3 levels up, you're at quite a low level, body identified in a dark place, as say Lynn was, and then you shift up 2 or 3 levels into okay, well actually I'm feeling a lot better. I'm feeling like it's going to be okay, and therefore
Mm-hmm.
there's an optimism. Yeah, it's going to be okay. So like I don't know how it's going to work out, but I know it will work out. That's the optimism.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then that energy then will manifest in form and things start to change to
Yeah.
match that new vibrational frequency, if you want to call it that new state, like the contour line. So it matches your inner state. If it's higher, will then match a higher objective external state, and so then something shifts. If you've just gone 3 levels up, then there's a shift, and then you see that in form. Lynn saw a cloud. That was just the first part
Mm.
of it. Symbol
Yeah.
of
And
a
she
shift.
just And she was just so much happier, wasn't she? Yeah,
Yeah.
just
And then, on the level of form, watch what happens, because things will change
mm,
accordingly, because
she'll
you
maybe
can't
get
have
a yes, it
energetic shift like that and not have stuff manifest,
be
all
interesting to
thoughts.
see actually. Yeah, maybe she might get something to do her paintings, sorry, her photography. You just
Yeah.
be interesting to see. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
hope.
And that's
But
the
she's I
miracle.
know what you're saying. She's now
It's
instead
not
of
hope, you see. That's where we don't hoping anymore. It's just it
okay,
is. It'll be
it
okay.
is, yeah. So while
Hope is still desiring. And this is
yeah,
saying
so
no, it's okay. And I know it's going to be okay. It's a knowing. And then I'll just watch it play out. Okay, I know it's going to be okay. So show me, how's this going to play out then? I don't know exactly
yeah.
how
Oh
it's all
well,
going to
it's
work.
I
I
can
know it will work, and then
well you can
you follow the guidance. It
yeah.
not
Well, it
just
will
you
work
sitting
for
on a
Lynn.
twiddle your thumbs, but
I can see it
you
work
follow guidance.
for Lynn because obviously her photography is very good. I mean, I've actually got one of hers, and but also like I
Mm.
say, with her being positive, yes, and putting it out there, then it will, yeah, come back. Yeah, I know I get that. Whereas if you're just sort of down and
A way
you
will
know,
be found. So this is the thing. When
yeah,
you understand this law, you go, I don't know how it's going to work, but there is a way, and a way will be found, and I will be guided to find that way, because I'm never without guidance. It's always there. Only I can cut myself off from it. If I want to go into the ego and craving and fearing, well, okay, that's my choice. But that's a silly choice. It's not going to help me.
no,
When
no.
I understand these principles, like it's always there, okay, I've just got to go into it. I've got to accept the truth and accept that it's going to be okay. The abundance is already here. That's why it's okay now.
Mm.
Very simple. It's not rocket science, is it?
It is, yeah.
But
And we've well,
to do it means you've got to undo the ego's programming of scarcity and lack and the fear. And,
it's
that's
not,
a very dangerous
yeah.
program for
Well,
me.
sometimes it just clicks, doesn't it? It just clicks, and then other times it's the ego is so sticky that
Hmm.
you'll affirm it, but it keeps creeping back in. So it is that's the one where it's the sticky
Hmm.
ones. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's because it's a thought system, and the ego is intent on getting you into its side. It wants you to focus on the objective form of things, on the body and behavior, and try and fix things on the level of form,
Mm.
and keep you far away from the mind, because you see the ego strategy is very cunning. If you don't even acknowledge that you have a mind, then how can you change it?
Mm.
You see
It
its
is.
strategy.
Yeah.
Okay, so focus on magic, focus on things in behavior, in form, the body,
Fixing,
and
trying to
whatever's
fix.
material, money, the
Mm.
illusion, because that keeps you away from the understanding that you are a mind and that your thoughts and emotions are primary. That's your primary reality and experience, and that's where change can be made. And this is illusion. This is secondary and it's illusory. And you can never make a fundamental change at this level because it's not fundamental. It's an
Mm.
illusion. It's an effect rather than a cause. But the ego is telling you, no, this is cause, and your inner state is effect, right? So the objective world is cause, and your thoughts and emotions, even if it kind of vaguely acknowledges those, it says you're at the effect then of the world. In other words, you're a victim of the world. And there's not
Mm.
much you can do except to try and manipulate the form. So the only answer then is to try and use magic to change your body, your behavior. And there's all kinds of ways that we try and do that. And all kinds of systems on an interobjective level that we've created to do that. The medical system, systems of IT, government, and so on. All of these are trying to fix the problem on the level of form. But actually, the problem can only be fixed on the level of the interior.
Mm.
And that's what the Course is saying. seek not to change the world, that's the external, but seek to change your mind about the world. Seek to change your thoughts and emotions about the world, because that will then change the world in ways that you maybe can't anticipate. You don't know how that's all going to work, but you make the change on in primary reality, and you let secondary reality, which is the level of illusion, you let that manifest as it does, without seeking to try and control it. So you're talking about, your addiction is to controlling this. It's as you let that go and you go, no, let me just focus my time and attention on controlling my mind. That's what's critical.
That's true. Yeah.
I must control my thoughts and emotions primarily.
Yeah.
That's what's
very true.
absolutely primary. Let me focus on that and not
Rather
put so
than
much on trying
focus
to
on
control
aches and
form.
pains. Yeah.
Yeah. And whenever you find yourself doing this and focusing on the level of form, you need to take it back and say, no, this is illusion. I can just observe these things, but from a state of higher awareness where I'm not judging them. Now you're going back into the subjective I, into your true awareness in that moment. And if you can stay in that I am presence, that awareness, then there is naturally a sense of peace, love, joy, all of that is abundance that takes you up, to a higher level. If you stay at that level, then that manifests in form. The objective world changes accordingly, because it's just a projection of thought. That's what this teaching is saying. It's in effect not a cause. But this split is why the ego is so persistent in trying to convince us that it's right. Because if you accept this teaching, then you undo the ego. It doesn't exist in your mind anymore. You recognize that it's just the illusory thing it is. So it needs to keep you believing in the objective world, the world of the body and behavior and form, in order to keep you believing in a separate self, in order to keep you under control. And this is why it's so difficult, just to make a simple shift. So actually, my locus of control is internal rather than external, because that undoes the ego's entire system, and then it no longer exists. Okay, so any other thoughts or questions on that?
That's good, thank you.
Yeah. So back to our teaching, and this is the live session, recorded discussion. So in it, Debbie mentioned an experiment done by a large group of advanced meditators in Washington, D.C., to reduce the rate of violent crime over an 8-week period in the summer of 1993. And it reduced the rate by 25%. So they got the police department involved. They were going, well, there's no way, the only way that the crime's going to go down by 25% is if there's snow. It's in the middle of summer. It was in June and July in the US, and can get really hot. And yet, over the 8 weeks of the conference in June and July of 1993 in Washington, D.C., the stats show that the rate of violent crime reduced by 25% compared with the average in previous years. So, well, is that an accident? Or is there some synchronicity that because these advanced meditators are meditating, there's a group of about 4,000 TM meditation practitioners. You can read more about it if you want from here. That had a profound impact. About 4,000 people in the participants in the Transcendental Meditation and TM City programs. So they all came to the US, and they were meditating in, presumably one location for hours a day. And then they did this experiment, 27-member independent project review board. The dependent variable was weekly violent crime. It's measured by the Uniform Crime Report program of the FBI, including homicide, rape, aggravated assault, etc. And they took the data and then they compared it to previous years. And they found that, you know, there was a 25% drop. Well, how do you explain that? So they go into the stats of it if you're interested in statistics and all. But you know, it's very significant, and there's no other way of explaining it than that. There wasn't a massive change in temperature, and so on. Include weather variables. So they factored all that in. Changes in police and community, anti-crime activities. They looked at all of it. And, well, there's nothing other than this conference that could explain such a dramatic drop over an 8-week period. So again, that would indicate that you know, what the theory of this that we study is correct. You know, the integral model says you change your mind on an interior level, let's say at the intersubjective. So this was a shared values, meanings, and experience in the TM program. It's all about finding inner peace. So, you know, 4,000 people go into a deep state of peace, and that reflects out in the objective world as a reduction in the crime rate, because there's more peace being extended into that local environment of the city. People pick up that, and then they commit less violent crime because they're more peaceful. From an integral perspective, that makes complete sense. But if you're a scientific materialist, then you have to deny it, because you're going, well, there's no connection. Scientific materialism says whatever, you know, is happening in the objective world, that's kind of primary reality, and there's no connection to your internal state. So how they think it comes about is a mystery. Like I said, it just kind of randomly happens there. You know, what's causative there? It's a pretty empty philosophy, isn't it? Because there's no explanation then of what causes these things. It can't explain these kinds of experiments where suddenly there's that's 25% is a statistically very significant drop in something. It's 1 or 2%. They go, well, it's not statistically significant, but 25 is very statistically significant.
Yeah.
Well, how do you explain it? Another one that was done, which is maybe even more incredible. They did a peace intention experiment, and if you've heard of it, Lynn McTaggart was behind it. They picked an area of the world. It was done primarily in the US, and probably some people in Europe and stuff joined it. Primarily in the US. So they picked something that was on the other end of the world. It wasn't, you know, directly affecting them at all. The Sri Lankan Civil War had been going for 26 months, 2 years before and 2 months after our peace intention experiment. So what happened was the violence was the highest it had ever been over the entire 2-year period during the very week of the experiment. Isn't that interesting? It kind of peaked.
Yeah.
But then it turned around. It was like that was the climax of the conflict, and then it turned around, and the war very soon afterwards was healed. 1 week ago, on January the 2nd, 2009. So this was written ages ago. This was 2008, and this is September 2008 they did it. And then by January of the next year, the army, because they were rebels, finally expelled the separatist guerrillas from the capital of Kilinochchi. And they recounted. And so the war ended, I think, by May of that year. So how did that happen? Why did the violence initially increase before drastically falling? It could be coincidence. Our intention to lower violence had the effect of accelerating the army's victories of the rebels, so that further violence would end. Our intention made things worse before they got better. but you know, very strange, isn't it? Hang on, there's this peace intention experiment going on online, and it happened. There were about 10,000 people involved. So no one, maybe a few people in Sri Lanka, but it wasn't localized. And yet you know, it has this weird correlations, weird synchronicity with what actually happens in reality. Well, you know, these things, you can't just ignore them, can you? And go, oh, well, it's all just coincidence. You have to start going, well, maybe there's something here. Maybe these are pointing to some fundamental truths that science has decided to ignore. And there's many others, but these are, you know, two examples of the power of thought and the power of prayer, really. The intention or prayer. Prayer is an intention that says, this is what it is. I'm not desiring it. They meditated on peace. They would get together and they meditated, I think, during that week for an hour a day on peace, and particularly brought in mind the conflict in Sri Lanka, and then said, okay, but let's experience peace. And you know, then that manifests in, okay, well, the war ends within a few months. It was over. Quite extraordinary, but that shows you the power of the mind, and it shows you that this integral model is true. Otherwise, how do you explain these kinds of effects in the interobjective, you know, in this world of the collective exterior, the world of, you know, external conflicts and wars and all of that? How do you explain, you know, such a shift? And when you know, this was going on internally, and then you got to see the correlation. Like, well, hang on, there's a connection here. You have to be blind not to see it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would.
Yes. You know, as Rupert Sheldrake, who's he's a scientist, but you know, he's criticized the scientific establishment for being dogmatic. He's saying this is not science anymore. It's not good science. It's just dogma. You've got 10 fundamental dogmas of scientific materialism, and even though all of them have been disproved, evidence shows that they're not true, you hold to them anyway. Well, that's not science. That's just dogmatic belief, which means that science has become the new religion, just like religion was years ago. And science came in to try and replace all of that dogmatic belief and say, well, hang on, this, you know, let's actually be able to work it out and be objective and see what works and see what doesn't. You know, that was the scientific methodology that overcame the religious order at the time, 500 years ago. That was the whole Reformation of Europe. And you know, but this has now become a new religion. We've become enslaved by a new dogma of scientific materialism that says, no, only the external is real and the interior domains really have no reality. Which is bizarre. It's like, well, so your thoughts, your emotions, none of that's real. Like, but you're experiencing it. So it's not giving in the model, in the theory, to the most vital part of it. You know, what's actually primary and causative. So you're just dealing in effects and illusions. And well, how can you expect to solve anything then at that level? You can't solve anything at the effect level. You can only solve it at the cause level, which is why scientific materialism has failed to solve any of the major problems of this world. It just doesn't
goes
solve
round
it.
and round, yeah.
Round and around. You know, so let's take allopathic medicine. Apparently, it was touted when they came up with it. This is going to end sickness and disease forever. Well, has it? No.
No, it's brought on some bad side effects in some cases.
In fact, a lot of the lifestyle diseases are worse. They're far worse than they were 100 years.
Yeah,
Things like cancer and diabetes and strokes, heart
stress,
attacks.
mental health.
It actually, you know, it hasn't solved those problems at all.
No.
It just treats the symptoms because it doesn't address the cause. So whereas you know, the mindfulness movement there's lots of research that shows that if you go into the inner states of peace and you experience that deeply, it has a profound effect on the body, on the health and well-being.
Definitely.
again, so you can see this. There's science to show it, and yet, the hardcore scientific materialists deny it. And they say, no, your body, has no connection with your mind. In fact, the
Mad.
mind, consciousness, is some kind of byproduct of the brain,
No,
of
no.
brain function. That's the theory, because they can't completely deny that you have thoughts and emotions, but they go, well, it's just
Crazy.
a kind of a product of brain function. So when your brain dies, then logically your consciousness should just disappear, wouldn't it? If it's a product of brain function. Except that the evidence doesn't support that at all. There's no evidence for that. In fact, there's abundant evidence that your mind continues after your body dies. Near-death experiences and so on, and
Yeah,
astral
yeah,
travel.
yeah.
How do people astral travel and go out of their body? They're not in their body. They're flying somewhere else, and they can even see their body. They can look down on their body. Okay, there's my body. Well, how's that
And
possible if
many
it's
people,
a
yeah,
product
it's
of
not
brain function? Not
not just one
possible.
or two.
So
Many.
they're not taking cognizance of the evidence, huge amounts of evidence that show that theory is incorrect. Well, then, as Rupert Sheldrake says, that's just a dogmatic belief. Uh, that is not good science at all. They're actually violating their own scientific method, which is to take account of all the evidence objectively and then come up with a theory that explains the evidence. That's what the scientific method is. So yeah, all in all, everyone can draw their own conclusions, but the evidence is, fairly persuasive. If you look at experiments like this, again, skeptics go, oh, well, it was all just random coincidence. Well, that's very, in two instances, and there's other. How can you just dismiss that as random? I mean, isn't that just it's an arrogant assumption, isn't it?
It is.
To go, it's random. You can't assume that. Surely you've got to explore that and go, well, maybe it's not random. Maybe there is a connection if you're open-minded. So these are the issues that we all have to make our own decisions. But the evidence is clear for this, the truth that the internal world is primary, is causative, and the external is.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, without doubt. Without doubt,
And if
yeah.
you apply it in your own life, you start to see that. You go, okay,
Oh,
this actually does.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. And then, it doesn't matter whatever scientists think, because experientially you know the truth, and
Well,
you
just, yeah, you
you you can
experience
apply
it.
it. Nothing's
You
stopping
just,
you from applying it and living it except yourself. Because those theories, although the scientific materialist paradigm might be the dominant religion on this planet, no doubt, you don't have to believe it. It's just your choice whether you're going to accept
I
that.
think that more
that
people
voice
do
or
believe
not.
that paradigm. More people believe the other. So that, and you're talking intelligent people as well. So strange.
Yeah, I mean, this has become the dominant religion. Rupert Sheldrake's argument is that the scientific materialist paradigm, which is driven by the ego and its belief that you're a body and a brain and everything is really external, and this world is just flatland. It's just this world and nothing else. That is
It's
the
really
dominant
strange.
belief in Western society. That is the dominant world
Well,
religion, although
I
it's
guess
not called a religion. It
I would have used to believe that, but I wouldn't say but I was happy in it. It's now that I'm
is.
more educated and I realize, yes, of course, it makes sense that the
Hmm.
I is going to be the primary, of
Hmm.
course. But of course,
Hmm.
I didn't
I mean,
realize it.
it should be common sense.
Mm,
Its model is still kind of out there. It's a lot of people, like even intelligent scientists, they don't accept this
it's bizarre.
because
That is bizarre.
well, it's not so bizarre when you understand that they are mentally and emotionally, psychologically attached to their ego. So they have
Right.
egos as well, and the ego doesn't want them to understand this. So they say, oh, we're objective scientists, but they're not, because the ego prevents them from seeing, the evidence
Beyond.
objectively,
Yeah.
seeing beyond their own attachment to their belief system, which defines them. You believe you're a separate self, you believe you're a body, your ego is very strong in that belief, then you don't want to accept a teaching that says, philosophy that says, no, that's all wrong. So what you do is then you reject it. You go, no, I just reject all the evidence for it, because I want to believe what I want to believe. Okay, well, Rupert Sheldrake is saying that's not science, that's religion, guys. Let's just be clear on what you are. Science has become a religion. And interesting, he pointed that out in his talk. He did a TEDx talk in 2013.
I think I saw
London.
it, yes. Yes.
They banned it. I mean, that's extraordinary. How can you ban? He made, his talk, there was no hate speech. He wasn't offending anyone. He was just saying, okay, so let's look at the scientific materialist paradigm into these 10 precepts. And he talked very eloquently about them and said, well, this is why they're all false. And this is why this science has become a religion. And fair point, you can't really fault logically his argument. So what they do, instead of allowing it, is they just ban it. I mean, extraordinary. But this is supposed to be about free speech and, yes, new ideas
think we've advanced,
challenge the existing
we're still primitive.
paradigms of status quo, and yet they ban it. Okay. Like that's just censorship. That's just, you've decided you don't like what he's saying.
Still
You're gonna ban
very
it.
behind, aren't we? Yeah.
Oh, that's just the ego going, no, I don't want to know. The ego says, no, I don't want to know that theory. I'll just stick to what I think I know and what I want to believe, because that rocks the boat too much. So let's just ban the information. We don't want to know the information. So stop anyone getting access to that, because we don't want them to know it, because it might give them ideas that are dangerous for the ego's control. Well, it would, of course it would. But that's kind of the whole point, is that everyone needs to awaken. We have to start challenging the existing social paradigm, saying, no, this is all false, which is why it doesn't work. It's why the scientific materialist world that we've constructed based on this false philosophy is falling apart, because it's not sustainable. It's not based on truth. So of course it's not going to last, because nothing that's false will last. The measure of truth is that it's permanent, it's eternal. So the only way we're going to create a sustainable society and human existence on this planet is if we align with truth, because that's sustainable. Everything else will fail us. As we see, those who have eyes to see can see very clearly what's happening on this planet. And that it's really just a call to awaken. It's a call for everyone to wake up out of the, insane thought system that we've got ourselves caught up in, which is not working. So all you can do, your responsibility in that 1 month is to do it yourself. Okay, I can't do it for everyone, but if I do it for myself and I change my own mind, then I contribute to the collective change. I'm one mind in the many minds, but that mind makes a difference. That can influence others. So then I'm changing the intersubjective by changing my own mind. I'm changing this. I'm also changing my experience on the level of form, the body, the behavior, and that then will have an effect on the interobjective. So it all comes down to, well, can you change your mind? Seek not to change the world, but seek to change your mind about it. That's the Course's whole teaching. That's what it comes down to. And we can do that if we're willing. Anyone can do this. Hey, there's Lynn. Just in time for the lesson. How are you, Lynn? Hi, Lynn.
Sorry, I'm late. Very
It's
late.
okay. Better late than never.
Yeah.
We just discussing the scientific materialist paradigm and peace intention experiments, and so it's all in the email. Follow the links and in the Telegram
Okay.
message. And actually, we're talking about your experience. So
Okay.
your ears were probably ringing. Well, just it's another demonstration that when you shift internally, then the external world changes. And then you experience that. So have you had anything else happen today?
Yes, but I don't want to talk about it on here right now.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But it confirms that the inner world and the external world are connected.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. And the more you experience that connection, you go, well, I can't doubt it anymore. I've experienced it over and over. Yeah, this must be the truth then. And that's why the miracle is when it comes in your own experience and you experience it for yourself, then you learn it. That's why it's called A Course in Miracles. The connection between the internal and the external. So you change your mind and then your external world shifts. That's the miracle. It tells you, okay, this works. And that reinforces that you're on the right track, that actually your thoughts and emotions are primary and this is secondary. And that helps you on your journey back to pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is the perfect inner state. Okay, so there's a whole discussion session we did, wow, 5 years ago, October 2019, on the power of prayer, which is good. And I've described it there. We went into this peace experiment and the experiment done by Washington, D.C., and the prayer for rain. There's some very interesting stuff in there, so you can listen to it in your own time. So that brings us to the lesson, and maybe we should do the 10th and 11th pathways first, and then we'll do the lesson, and then we'll do the text. How about that? Okay, so let's go into our course manual. Where are we? Course information, 10th pathway. All right, so let's have a look at the 10th and 11th pathways to higher awareness. We've done the first 9, which were the last 3 were all about relationships and how relationships can help you to find your true self. So this is about discovering my conscious awareness, let's make that higher awareness. Discovering my higher awareness. So if you can read, Lynn, if you can read the introductory paragraph to the next 3 pathways, the last 3 pathways of higher awareness.
I can't see that at all. So if you could make that bigger, please. It's just like a line of dots.
Okay. Is that big enough?
Just. Okay, so what from the 12 pathways?
Yeah. 12 pathways give you a complete solution.
The 12 pathways give you a complete solution to every emotional problem in your life. Whenever you experience uncomfortable emotional waves, you will find that the pathways are always ready to steer you through the turbulent rapids into more peaceful waters.
Yeah, it's a nice setting of the scene, saying that you can apply these to, whatever problems you encounter, which is kind of the whole point. Yeah, so if you can read 10th pathway in the first sentence.
I am continually calming the restless scanning of my rational mind in order to perceive the finer energies that enable me to unitively merge with everything around me.
Yeah, so what's he saying there? I'm vigilant. It's saying I'm watching my mind. We call it mind watching. So my rational mind, that's my ego mind, just telling me to stress and fear, and that's the mind that wants to make the external world real. It's rooted in this external paradigm of reality. It's focused on the body and its needs and what the body can get, what the body's missing and lacking. So it's based on scarcity and fear. And your mind's continuously trying to convince you that that's the case. Have you noticed?
Yeah.
And yeah, this is saying, well, don't be fooled. Just be vigilant. Scan your mind and perceive the finer energies that underlie all of that chaos, all of that inturbulation.
I've been
And
far more focused today. Mm.
Yeah. So as soon as you start to do that, you start to connect with a deeper awareness, and you're not as confused and you're not as scattered and unfocused. It's like, actually, I'm coming back to my true awareness, which can naturally focus. It's much more functional. It's much more effective in the
I
world.
actually,
The random scattered thoughts all over the place. You're just all over the shop, and there's no clarity in it. It's just kind of it's just insane thinking.
yeah, I actually got a big answer today that I've been wishing for, so it came.
Right. Yeah. Right. Just an internal realization.
Yeah, the words, Yeah, it came to me so clearly. It was
Yeah. So that's how it works. When you calm your mind and you get rid of all the noise, then you open the channel and you can listen. You can hear the guidance.
yeah. That's what I've been waiting
There's
for. I knew I was blocking it in my fear and stuff,
Yeah.
because I've been
Yeah.
less in fear. I mean, it's coming and going, but so I'm a lot less in fear than I was. So
Yeah.
I've got
Yeah.
I'm getting my clear mind back.
Yeah. Exactly. So
Yeah.
the fear and all the other scattered thoughts that go along with it, they dominate our minds, and it's like the TV channel. It's all messed up. It's out of tune. And you have all of that fuzz and noise, and it's like, well, you can't hear anything. It's just static and noise. So this is about tuning out of that and tuning into a much kind of quieter, subtler state where you can hear the underlying silence, and in that silence can come a little voice or a melody that's like, oh, actually, that's really calming, that's really peaceful. It's going to give me the message that I need.
Yeah. Did.
Okay, and then read the next paragraph. When our wonderful biocomputers
When our wonderful biocomputers are dominated by our addictions, our awareness is scattered and harried. Our awareness is then like a television set that drifts from the channel, that turns off when we want to use it, but sometimes won't stay turned off when we wish to sleep. That is subject to fading, and that will tune into only the lower channels.
You know what I'm actually going to do? I think I haven't done it for the first one, but I'm going to start somewhere. I want to make this first person rather than third person. And my wonderful biocomputer. What do you think? Because the first sentence is in first person, then it changes to third person. My wonderful biocomputer is dominated by my addictions. My awareness is scattered and harried.
Yeah.
My awareness has been like television set, drifts from the channel that turns off when I want to use it. Sometimes won't stay turned off when I wish to sleep. It's subject to fading and will tune into only the lower channels. So it doesn't feel good when that happens, does it?
No.
Okay, so read it in the translated
When my
first
wonderful,
person.
sorry.
Yeah, just read it as I've done it in the first person.
When my wonderful biocomputer is dominated by my addictions, my awareness is scattered and harried. My awareness is then like a television set that drifts from the channel, that turns off when I want to use it, that sometimes won't stay turned off when I want to sleep, that is subject to fading and that will tune into only the lower channels. Makes much more sense. Or runs, just, yeah, it
Yeah,
works.
and I think we've all experienced this. When you're out of alignment, when your ego's at large, you do feel this. And then the answer is to bring your mind back into its true awareness, and you do that through spiritual practice, tuning into a higher channel. That's what whenever you do spiritual practice, that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
So that you can again listen to your higher awareness that's just been blocked out by all of this noise. Precisely for the only reason it's happening is to block out your higher awareness. That's what the ego is trying to do. There's no purpose and reason other than that. When you understand that, then you understand its game. You go, well, there's absolutely no value in this at all. Because it's just designed to do one thing. Let's block my higher awareness and keep me in the illusion that this lower awareness is my awareness. This is who I am.
Keeps me down.
Yeah. Okay, so Elaine, if you can read the next one as our lesson, let's just translate into first person as we go.
As I lessen the heavy load of addictions I have been carrying, my rational mind becomes quieter and quieter, and I begin to increase my insight and perceptiveness. I begin to have a choice that was not available before regarding the things I say and do. I begin to tune in to the finer energies around me. When the precious where have I gone? Oops.
Into tune.
There you go. When the precious space on the screen of my awareness is not occupied by the emergency alarms triggered by my addictive security, sensation, and power-based expectations of how the world should be.
So what's he saying there?
It's just about lessening our heavy load of addictions. And then this rational mind will become quieter. And then we'll increase our insight and perceptiveness.
Yeah, just a simple, simply doing a bit of mindfulness or meditation can do this. You sit quietly, you start watching your breath. It starts to calm the mind, doesn't it? The mind might churn away, but if you watch the breath or use another mantra, it starts to calm all this down. And so I begin to have a choice that was not available before regarding my words and actions. To tune into the finer energies. So meditation tunes you into a higher awareness, a different channel, and then from that channel you get different guidance. That's why it's so valuable. It's not just the time that you do it, that you feel peaceful, it carries through to your whole life. So you're much less reactive to all the emergency alarms triggered by the world, by my addictive security sensation, power-based expectations of how the world should be. So as long as I have those expectations, the world is designed to violate them, and then I experience the negative emotions when the expectations get violated. And then that creates all the noise that drowns out my higher awareness. It's very cunning. Look at the way the ego structured itself. If you were going to defend a false thought system of separation, how would you do it best? Well, you'd create an external world, wouldn't you? Which then apparently is the cause of all of the thoughts and emotions that distract the mind, that cover over pure formless awareness of perfect love. So I had my kind of Satori moment after 9 days of meditation. I saw so clearly that the external world is just the thoughts and emotions. That's all it is, just a projection to convince you that, yes, these crazy thoughts and emotions are justified, and so they can continue. And so your higher awareness, that pristine, pure formless awareness that I just experienced, is covered over. And I realized I'd done that to myself. It was like, that was the most stupid thing I've ever done. Why did I do that? Oh my God. Now I'm stuck in a body in a world I don't really want. I cried because I was like, I can't believe I've done that. But at least you see the truth. That it's just an illusion that the ego is made up precisely to distract you from your true awareness. That's all it's there to do. As we become aware of that and we apply these teachings, we come into the awareness that it's designed, the ego's developed the world to distract us from. More and more we choose that awareness, because we realize there's no other sane choice. The addictive security, sensation, power-based expectations of how the world should be will never make me happy. Try as I might. They will always be violated. Okay. So happy with that one. Let's go to the last paragraph of this section, the cultivation of preferences. Learn if you can read that.
The cultivation of preferences in place of addictions does not keep my rational mind churning and constantly searching for preferences are not sought after goals that keep me restless. Preferences let me stay in touch with the here and now, moment by moment experience of life. They enable my mind to become calmer and clearer so that it functions as a powerful, quiet, one-pointed, peaceful and effective servant to my higher awareness all the time. Yeah, I've seen this is literally, this is what's been playing out with me over the last few days, and each day becoming a little bit clearer again. Yeah, quite a lot clearer today.
Yeah. And it's quiet, it's one-pointed, it's focused. Maybe we should change that to focused. Focused. It's focused to one is. Quiet, focused, peaceful, and effective servant to my higher awareness all the time. So I'm in a state of calm, peace. That's my base state. I'm in flow, even if I'm working, I'm active and while I'm doing stuff. I don't lose touch with that powerful, quiet, peaceful, and effective state. And so you realize this is the only way to really function in this world. If you're going to be at all functional, this is the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I've even had a load of triggers today, and even a week ago, they would have flipped me out.
Yeah.
And
You
today
managed
they
to
haven't.
cope.
Today they just gently nudged me towards my realization. So it's, yeah, so much
Yeah. Good.
different. Yeah.
Yeah, good. Good. And that's so then you start to see everything's happening for you.
Yes, completely. Yeah. Stop being so angry
Good.
about it. Stop feeling like I'm
Uh,
receiving grief from
yeah.
others. And
I'm
yeah,
unfairly treated. Right? I'm
yes,
not
that's it.
unfairly treated. Actually, I'm blessed. It's all part of my awakening process to awaken me to who I really am. So why would I resist that process if it's happening for me, for my ultimate happiness, peace, love, and joy?
Yeah.
Resist it is crazy.
Mm.
But you have to get beyond the rational mind that's churning away.
Yeah. Yeah. When it's too busy, it's
So the cultivation
can't
of
do anything.
preferences. I mean, what's he saying here? Yes, you have a preference. You might say, well, I prefer to do this than that. We've got to make choices in life. But a preference is not an attachment or an addiction. Okay, I prefer to do that, but if it doesn't happen, it's okay. It's no big deal. It's just a preference.
Yeah.
So preference is a lot less powerful, less strong than an addiction. You can just drop it. Yeah, you prefer to have tea over coffee, but if there's only coffee, you have coffee. It's not a big deal,
Yeah.
But if it's an attachment, you're like, oh my God, I don't have my tea, or I don't have my coffee, whichever way it is. Oh, no, that's a problem. Now I resist that and I get upset about it, and then all of those addictions play out, and then I'm not clear anymore. I'm not powerful, quiet, focused, peaceful, and effective. My ego mind is now running the show again. And I can't ever find happiness in that state because I'm unhappy by definition. So I'm not saying anything we don't already know, but we need to be reminded.
Yeah.
It's very easy to slip into the heavy load of addictions if you're not vigilant. So the mind training is designed to systematically and progressively undo that heavy load, let go load of addictions, change things to preferences. Okay, I'm not really that bothered. I'm not really that attached. So the preference allows you to make choices in this world, but the choice is not an attached choice. If it doesn't happen according to your preference, you don't really suffer. It's just a preference.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it was never that bothered. No. So we kind of got to downgrade our attachments to preferences, or upscale them if we look at it from a positive perspective. Attachments become preferences, and maybe eventually they fade away entirely. We have no preference left. It doesn't really matter. That's possible as well. But while you're in this world, you have to have some preferences. It's very difficult unless you're in some
Yes.
ideal time. You're like, okay, well, my preference is to go into nature rather than busy cities. My
Yeah.
preference is to, eat well rather than eat junk, and so on. You
Yeah.
have to make choices, which then start defining your life. But if you happen to be in a city, okay, you're okay. It's not the end of the world. You can deal with that because it was just a preference. Okay, so the 10th pathway, calming. It's about mind watching, really, this pathway.
Yeah.
I must just watch my mind to try and perceive the finer energies that enable me to unitively merge with everything around me. So this starts taking us in to the enlightened state, which is that of unity consciousness. Every enlightened being has had this experience throughout the ages. Yeah, I see everyone and everything as myself. We are one. This is part of that process. All right, so any thoughts, comments, or questions on 10th pathway? It's a good one. Just Yeshua expresses this as you need to be vigilant. You know, the necessity for vigilance is clear when you're in an illusion. And living in an illusory world, in the ego's world, you must be vigilant. That's what this is saying. Okay, and then the 11th pathway, Elaine, if you can read that first sentence in the bold.
I am constantly aware of which of the 7 centers of awareness I am using, and I feel my energy, perceptiveness, love, and inner peace growing as I open all the centers of the awareness. Can I go through the next one? Just
Yeah, so the centers of awareness are the chakras,
yeah,
in the Eastern system, and saying that these are centers of awareness, and I start to tap into which one I'm using, so I become much more aware of where my energy is. Am I in my lower centers or my higher centers? And as I open all of them, I start going into flow. And when you open up the centers of awareness or chakras, you start feeling the flow. Energy flows through your energy system. You feel it in your body, and that flow starts to extend out into your life. You start finding that miracles, synchronicities, and so on start happening. All right, so if you can read the next paragraph, 7 centers of awareness.
the 7 centers of awareness, which correspond with the 7 chakras, are energy centers of Eastern traditions, consist of a 7-step scale that can tell me each moment of my life exactly where I am in my journey toward higher awareness. As I learn to upgrade my awareness to loving awareness, I unlock enormous energy. I enjoy being able to unconditionally love and accept everyone. By letting myself grow toward higher centers of awareness and ultimately pure forms of awareness itself, you experience the beautiful inner peace that you have always sought in your life. That may have been frustratingly elusive until now on your spiritual journey.
So what's he saying in this one?
I was talking about the chakras, the 7 chakras. So that will help upgrade the awareness to this loving awareness. It's unlocking the enormous amount of energy it has.
And so as you, in the Eastern system, as these chakras open up, or energy centers, you start coming into this unity consciousness. You start experiencing more and more that you are pure formless awareness. Ultimately, all the chakras open, mean that you go into samadhi, right? The energy rises up. There's no blockages anymore. The kundalini energy that's mostly stuck in the down in the spine area rises up, and it comes into the crown, and then you have this samadhi type experience. So the inner experience and then what's happening externally are connected, and they understand these connections very intimately in the East. So they work with the chakras, they work with energy, because ultimately you start correcting the energy and aligning it what happens is the inner experience changes, and you start coming into state of samadhi as the end product of it, which is the goal, to come into that enlightened experience. All your chakras are open, and you're really being you're an extension of pure formless awareness, then, of perfect love in this world. There's no separate self anymore. So that, when you're in that state, then all the chakras would be wide open. There'd be no blocks. All the blocks are cleared out. And there's just this free flow of energy within that then extends out externally, because as within, so without. And then, you live in what Yeshua called an abundant life. So you will have a life, and more abundant life. What he meant was this kind of awakened, enlightened life, when you come into awareness of your source. Okay, any questions on that one? Otherwise, let's move swiftly on to the next one. So, I don't know if you can read that one.
Using the 12 pathways means you work to integrate. Are you changing the tense, or just leaving it? Okay, using the 12 pathways means I work to integrate all of the centers of awareness. Everything in my life has aspects of all the centers. I begin my growth towards higher awareness when I first escape from being preoccupied with the lower three centers of security, sensation, and power, and upgrade my awareness to include the unconditional love center and the cornucopia center. Then I begin to watch my drama from the higher awareness center. By perceiving the drama of my life from this center, I impartially witness all my thoughts and actions happening on the 5 lower centers. In the next phase of growth in my awareness, I will go beyond this higher awareness center into the 7th center, pure formless awareness of perfect love. That blissful state where I have eliminated personal ego boundaries and have unitively merged with all that truly is.
Okay, so what's he saying in this one? Cornucopia is the 5th chakra. I've actually heard it called the cornucopia center before, but it's interesting. Cornucopia is about abundance.
I've never heard of that.
It's just
the chakras.
Cornucopia meaning comes from the late Latin cornucopia, which translates literally as horn of plenty. So it means horn of plenty. In other words, abundance, traditional staple of feasts, which represent the horn of a goat from Greek mythology. So it's a symbol of abundance. We might just say the abundance center. So that's 5th chakra is typically associated with expression. You express and you extend. So you do that from a place of abundance. Or you could call it the expression center, I suppose. I begin to watch my drama from the higher awareness center. So that's your 6th chakra, which is your 3rd eye, where you can be aware. You go into awareness and you can watch
Yeah.
the addiction, watch the drop. And interesting, because you said you had, in the meditation, you had like a whole lot of stuff going on in your head.
Mm.
So it's a kind of a opening maybe of the 6th and the 7th chakra that you're
Yeah.
experiencing.
Yeah, this is about being able to look from the outside, isn't it, and see the story playing out in front of you and around you, and knowing that it's just the story that you're watching. You're not tied
Yeah,
up.
I can impartially witness all my thoughts and actions. Okay, so it's just like a character. I'm watching the character of Lynn or whoever you think you are, just playing it out, doing what the character does, but I'm not identified with the character. I realize the character is not me. It's just the character in a dream. And a lot of what the character has done and maybe continues to do is not true. It's just a lot of crazy thoughts and ideas that the characters believe. So you start to transcend your identification with the character by doing this. Be able to just witness the character's thoughts and emotions and actions objectively. And then, of course, you disidentify with the character. Well, you're not a character. You realize you're not really a character in the dream. You are this awareness that is able to observe the character in the dream.
Yeah.
And then finally, you go into the 7th center. So really what we're cultivating with this course is this kind of awareness in the 6th center, saying. And then you go into the 7th center where it all just drops away and you merge into a blissful state where there are no ego boundaries. I've eliminated personal ego boundaries and unitively merged with all that truly is. So I don't need, and in that state, I'm in a revelatory or samadhi state, as they call it in the East. I don't have to exercise the awareness and choice and all of that anymore because I'm just in bliss. It's in a samadhi state. And so when people say, well, I'm awakened, I'd say, well, are you staying in samadhi all the time then? Generally, they're not. So when you haven't fully woken up then, that's the awakened state. Really what they're saying is I'm awakening and I'm at the 6th state or maybe one of the lowest states where I'm coming into higher awareness. I'm more aware of my thoughts and my emotions. That's how the awakening journey goes. To prepare for eventually I'll just merge into pure formless awareness of perfect love, in which there are no more ideas of separation. Eliminated all sense being a separate self. That's really what personal ego boundaries mean. All belief of let go of all belief in my separate self and unitively merged with all it truly is. So that's just true awareness, pure formless awareness, in which there is no separate self. And that is by definition perfect, whole, complete, blissful. There's nothing that can go wrong in that state. Okay, so any thoughts or comments or questions on this?
No, it's all clear, to be fair.
Yeah, so saying use the 7 centers of awareness as a tool for your awakening. I'm aware of where you are. I mean, it's another developmental system. The lower centers, lower chakras represent lower states. Same Same idea. You know, we're on a scale of consciousness. We look at yeah, all of these developmental systems. They're quite similar. That with consciousness, that's what I wanted. So if you look at, you know, this map of consciousness, the first chakra, all about security. Well, that's at the lower levels of this. It's all about my physical security, and I'm scared. Desire would be second chakra. Typically, the second chakra is associated with desire. And then going to third, you get into power, don't you? Third chakra is all about power, anger, pride. So that's third chakra orientation. Then you go into the heart, so that starts to become about courage. You know, I do it with all my heart. I'm willing. I start to come into my heart center and find the power of love, which gives me the courage to undo the ego. Forgiveness, also about unconditional love, letting go. Reasoning, okay, so that would now be coming into sort of sixth chakra, higher level understanding, awareness. And then finally, you know, experiencing love, joy, peace, and enlightenment. You're starting to move into the seventh. Enlightenment would certainly be seventh. So, you know, whichever system you use, they're all quite similar. They all talk about the same kind of scale. Just they slice it and dice it in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
So none of it's ultimately true because you're dealing in an illusion. What's happening in an illusion isn't ultimate truth, but these are ways out. This is like the staircase to heaven, stairway to heaven. It's a way out of the dream if you use it correctly, because each level is a stepping stone to the ultimate freedom from the dream, which is enlightenment, pure consciousness, or pure awareness. And interestingly, actually, I'll show you this quote, which I found on a website, doing some research for the email this morning, and this was a quote by David Hawkins. So if you want to read that, either one of you, there's ultimately neither duality nor non-duality.
I can't see that.
Okay. But Elaine, can you read it?
There is ultimately neither duality nor non-duality. There is only awareness. Only awareness itself can state that it's beyond all concepts such as is or is not. That must be so because is can be conceived only by consciousness itself. Awareness itself is beyond even consciousness. David Hawkins.
So interesting. He understood the difference between awareness and consciousness. That there was something outside of the idea of consciousness, which still implies some kind of separate identity, as we show here. Of course, says consciousness is the domain of the ego. Now, outside of consciousness lies pure formless awareness. It's the ultimate level of awareness. There's nothing beyond pure formless awareness. No higher state, nowhere else to go. That's the end. So that's God. That's the source. Consciousness implies a split off, a separate identity, a separate mind from awareness. So consciousness, as Yeshua says, correctly identifies as the domain of the ego. It's the first split in the mind that leads to all the further separations that take us down the ladder of separation into the individual identity that we seem to live in, and this world where the ideas of limitation and lack, scarcity, loneliness, suffering, and death seem to be real. So yeah, interesting that I just thought I'd share that quote because it's really speaking the same. Even though he used pure consciousness in his model, he's pointing to a state beyond consciousness, pure formless awareness. So that could instead of pure consciousness, that could be more accurately called pure formless awareness. But it's just semantics. As long as we're clear on what the word means, and you stick to that meaning, you don't mix them. Some teachers mean by consciousness, they mean awareness. Or some teachers don't know that there's not something beyond consciousness. They think that this is the ultimate state. That this let's go back to this time. This consciousness of the universe, the consciousness that created the universe is the ultimate consciousness. This is God. That's quite a common belief. But actually, it's the false God. This is Satan. This is the illusory God that's convinced you that the idea of separation is all there is and that its consequences are real and they govern you and your life. Did you have a question then?
No.
Okay, which said something. All right, so any thoughts, comments, or questions on the pathways? 11th pathway, let's just summarize the 10th pathway. Lynn, if you can read that just in the bold.
I am continually calming the restless scanning of my rational mind in order to perceive the finer energies that enable me to unitively merge with everything around me.
Yeah, so I'm continually aware, I'm calming, I'm practicing, in other words, I'm vigilant, I'm mind watching. And then that leads to the next one. Elaine, if you can read that.
The cultification, what was that? Sorry. Which one? This one? Oh, yeah.
I'm constantly aware.
I am constantly aware of which of the 7 centers of awareness I am using, that I feel my energy, perceptiveness, love, and inner peace growing as I open all of the centers of awareness.
Oh, so this is all about awareness. You start off with an awareness of your addictions and you mind watch, and then you start to become more and more aware of the centers. So which center are you using? Where are you rooted? You start becoming aware of these levels of consciousness or awareness. And then, as I grow and open, I feel it expanding, and I'm going more and more into the unity state in mind, which is the ultimate enlightened state, completely unified, and my mind and pure formless awareness of perfect love are rooted, are one and the same. Okay, so let's leave the 12th pathway for tomorrow. Shall we go on to today's lesson then? And the mind training lesson from the course. Okay, so let's go back to the email. All right, so Lynn, if you can read that headline idea, the key idea, and then the first paragraph, please.
My thoughts do not mean anything. They're just my thoughts.
Yeah, yeah, we laugh. But the problem is we give our thoughts so much meaning. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
Well, they're loud, aren't they? That's why they can be so loud in our
Yeah,
heads.
yeah, yeah. Remember one, she was in her late 20s at the time. A lady who came to one of my retreats. I was like teaching this, these principles, and she said, "So you mean that voice in my head that is going all the time, that's not me? You mean that's what you're
Mhm.
saying?" I'm like, "Yes."
Yeah.
"Oh my God," she said. That's mind-blowing.
But it is when you first
Really?
realize that. Yeah. I used
Yeah.
to think I had no
Yes.
control
Okay, but
over
isn't
my
that good
thoughts.
news? Because that
Yeah.
insane neurotic voice is not you. It's not true.
Yeah.
And that, so there's the key to your liberation. And she was like, "Whoa, okay." But that's hugely liberating. I am not my thoughts. If you
Mm.
are your thoughts, then you are limited by your thoughts. Your thoughts govern you. They dictate your state of mind. They dictate your life, your reality. If you're not your thoughts, then there's an awareness beyond them that is freeing. It's free from all thought. This is the idea of pure awareness, pure formless awareness, is beyond all conscious thought. It's just an awareness. There's no subject. The way we define thought is very limiting. We go, I, subject, am thinking about object, person, place, thing, event, object, physical object, whatever, outside of me. Yeah? Subject, object, perception. That's what we define as thought mostly, don't we?
Yeah.
Whereas that's not true. That's not true thought. That subject, object, perceptual thought means nothing because there is no separate I and no separate object or other people or anything outside of you. You see, the subject object split does not actually exist because only oneness is true. So then my thoughts in subject object duality mean nothing because they're not true, because there's actually only oneness, pure formless awareness. So you're thinking about nothing.
Yeah.
Which is why you said your mind's a blank.
Yeah.
Much ado about nothing, to quote Shakespeare.
Mhm.
That's the story of the ego and its world. Much ado about nothing.
Yeah. Mm.
When you realize it's just thought, and you don't have to believe these thoughts, then you have the key to freedom. Okay, so number one, he says this idea applies to all the thoughts of which you are aware or become aware in the practice periods. Do you want to read that, Lynn?
Yeah. This idea applies to all the thoughts of which you are aware or become aware in the practice periods. The reason the idea is applicable to all of them is that they are not your real thoughts. We have made this distinction before and will do so again. You have no basis for comparison as yet. When you do, you will have no doubt that what you once believed were your thoughts did not mean anything. Yeah.
Yeah, so thoughts on that.
Yeah, I can see it. It's
Uh,
all just a load of nonsense
uh,
spinning round to unsettle us and keep us away from spirit, us
Formless awareness.
to cut our connection and like it has been for me, you know, for a couple of
Mm.
months off and on.
So when I had that sort of revelatory experience,
Yeah.
there was no thought. That was the most remarkable thing. It was just pure awareness. For how long, I don't know. I was aware, but without thought. For, don't know, there was no concept of time. Might have been a few minutes. And then then I had a reference point to go, but there is this awareness beyond thought, because I just experienced it. That's pure, pristine. There's no problem in that awareness. How can there be? There's no subject, object, thought. There's no body. There's nothing else but that awareness. Yeah, it was so pristine, pure, beautiful. We use all these words, innocent. That the thoughts, all the stuff that you normally think about, was just ridiculous by comparison and insane. You realize that this is just insanity to believe all these thoughts when you actually have this perfect, pure, pristine awareness that you can just be in. You could just stay in that awareness. Why would you indulge in all these crazy thoughts? But as he says, you have no basis for comparison yet, unless you've had an experience like that. But when you do have that kind of experience, you will have no doubt that what you once believed were your thoughts did not mean anything. Yeah, so when I had that experience, immediately it was like Holy Spirit interpreted the experience and said, yeah, none of this means anything. It's really just all in it. And I understood why it's called an illusion, the veil of illusion, because the world and all of the thoughts that the world seems to trigger are just a veil that is designed to cover over that awareness, so that you're not aware of that awareness and you're caught up in this cloud of thought.
Yeah, I can see that.
And that awareness is seemingly obliterated. And this awareness, these thoughts become your reality. That's the veil of illusion. But it's not true. Because that awareness remains, that pristine, pure, formless awareness remains at the source of your mind. And you can't ever destroy that, because that is the source of your life. You would have no existence were it not for that awareness, you see. Which is why the idea that you can destroy it is laughable. You can't. It's not possible. You think you can, but even in the thinking that you can, that awareness remains. No matter how dark and crazy the ego gets, that awareness remains beyond the thoughts. And there's no way the ego can undo that. Fortunately, because then it could actually destroy this awareness and you would be permanently lost. But you can't ever be permanently lost, because that awareness is true. Okay, let's go on to number 2. Happy with number 1? So Elaine, if you can do, this is the second time we've used this kind of idea. If you recall, we did this in lesson 4, 6 lessons back. And the form of it was not my thoughts, but these thoughts do not mean anything. And then he used an external reference. He said, they are like the things I think I see. So the idea is introduced with my thoughts instead of these thoughts, and no link is made overtly with the things around you. To just focus. Now we're starting to just go internally. You see how he shifted us? First 9 lessons are about the external world. Nothing I see means anything. I've given everything I see all the meaning it has for me. And now he's starting to say, but just look within and just look at this internal domain of thought that you believe is real, and go into this and realize that the thoughts and the emotions that come from them are not true. So you're going purely into the interior subjective for the first time in this mind training course. Okay, so I've done number 2. You don't have to do that, Elaine. Do number 3 then, this aspect of the correction process.
This is the second time we have used this kind of idea. The form is once.
Elaine, you can go to number 3. I've just read number 2.
Oh, yeah. This aspect of the correction process began with the idea that the thoughts of which you are aware are meaningless, outside rather than within, and then stressed their past rather than their present status. Now we are emphasizing that the presence of these thoughts means that you are not thinking. This is merely another way of repeating our earlier statement that your mind is really a blank. To recognize this is to recognize nothingness. When you think you see it as such, it is the prerequisite for vision.
Okay, so what's he saying there?
Just that our thoughts are meaningless. It's the correction process, outside rather than within, and then stress their past rather than their present. So we're now emphasizing the presence of these thoughts means that you are not thinking. So it's, yeah.
You're saying false thought. If you are thinking, but the thoughts are false based on a false premise of separation, you're not really thinking. The thoughts aren't really real. You can't call this thought. Your mind's actually a blank. It's a complete reversal of the ego's whole mind, isn't it? Its whole system, thought system. Okay, so all of those thoughts, the entire thought system of the ego is not real. Those thoughts aren't meaningful. They don't exist. Recognize this to recognize nothingness when you think you see it. As such as the prerequisite for vision. So major exercise. I mean, if you could master this and you learn this lesson, you'd be enlightened. You see that? So it's only your thoughts. They tell you that this world is real. They tell you that your separate self is real. Okay, so shall we practice this briefly? Just a short practice. So close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath in. And just introduce the exercise by repeating the idea for today quite slowly. So say, my thoughts do not mean anything. My thoughts do not mean anything. And then add this idea will help to release me from all that I now believe. And exhale on the truth of that. Have a sense of releasing, exhaling your attachment to your thoughts, current thoughts, your thought system of the separate self or ego. This idea will help to release me from all of that, this thought system that I now believe in. So blow it out with the breeze of your breath. It's going, gone. Lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. So now breathing in again. And just search your mind for all the thoughts that are available to you. whatever's coming up, whatever thoughts arise without selection or judgment, you just observe them. Try to avoid classifying them. So they're good or they're bad, or it's an ugly thought or an attacking thought. In fact, if you find it helpful, you might imagine that you're watching an oddly assorted procession going by. It has little, if any, personal meaning to you. Breathe in again and just imagine there's just this crazy procession. It's a bit like a carnival with all these thoughts just dressed up in fancy dress and behaving quite insanely, but actually none of them are true. So as each one crosses your mind, say, my thought about whatever does not mean anything. Another thought, my thought about this person, place, object, event, circumstance, situation does not mean anything. Say that with conviction. And the other thoughts crop up, just apply the idea. My thought about whatever does not mean anything. If you find there's any kind of discomfort, you find any resistance to this, just repeat the idea slowly. So my thoughts do not mean anything. This idea will help to release me from all that I now believe. And just watch the breath, breathing in and out through your nose, quietly, calmly, for a few moments. Feel the freedom, the release that this idea promises. This idea will help to release me from all that I now believe. And the power of that promise. Just watch your breath, breathing in and out through the nose. Let the breath just happen to you, through you, and for you. It's like you're watching your thoughts. You're the objective watcher or observer of your breath. It starts to cultivate the awareness, or higher awareness, that allows you to watch your thoughts. So just practice this breath awareness for another couple of minutes. Deep silence, just observing the breath flowing in and out through your nostrils. Observe the subtle sensations in the nose, tip of your nose, and the area just below your nose, between your nose and your upper lip. Just observe all that and just stay in higher awareness. For a couple of minutes of deep silence. And if any thoughts crop up, just seemingly disturb this deep peace, just remind yourself that my thought about whatever it is, whoever it is, does not mean anything. Because my thoughts don't mean anything. And add this idea will help to release me from all that I now believe. Exhale to express this release, just blowing it all away like dark clouds or black smoke, leaving you the breeze of your breath. It's going, gone into the nothingness that Look into the spine, letting air out. And then you rest. And state beyond thought. Just pure awareness without thought. So notice what it feels like to be aware without thought. Even if it's for a few seconds, just notice in the gap between thoughts how peaceful, happy, blissful it feels. Maybe you can extend that for more than a few seconds. Just allow that extension to happen. Cultivate that. That's why we practice these lessons and meditations. It's practicing extending this awareness. And more and more you can stay in this awareness, move away from thought into this awareness or higher awareness. Just stay in this thoughtless awareness for another minute or so of deep silence. So just come back to awareness of the body and the breath, senses in the world. On the count of three, and you open your eyes on the count of three. So 1, just breathing in. Noticing the breath again, maybe mind drifted away from the body and the breath. You bring it back. So we'll bring your mind back into the bodily reality. Notice the stomach rising, the chest rising, subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. A warm wave of energy rising up your spine as you clench the sphincter muscle, lock the energy in, draw it up to your heart center and on up into the crown of your head, pausing at the top of the inhale. And now scan your mind. Noticing thoughts and emotions going on. Remind yourself that my thoughts don't mean anything. So my thoughts about whatever it is does not mean anything. Apply that to whatever thoughts you're aware of. This idea will help to release me from all that I now believe. You exhale and let it all go. Just let that thought go, dissipate into the nothingness that it really is, like a dark cloud, just been blown away by the breeze of your breath. It's going, gone. So on the count of 2, notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair and your feet touching the ground, noticing what you're feeling and touching, noticing subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose as you breathe in, notice what you're hearing. From this thoughtless place, just pure awareness, without judging. It all involves thought, and can only be at peace. Stay rooted in this deep peace. Just anchor this peace, notice it. And noticing it, you anchor the state in. You're saying to yourself, you want to stay there for the rest of the evening. Come into tomorrow. So it is said and so it is done. Now on the count of 3, open your eyes. So just look around. Just take a minute. You look around the room to observe whatever's going on in the room without any judgment, without thought. Everything's okay. Everything's actually very peaceful. Just notice the objects, but there's no need to think about them, label them, name them, judge them in any way. Just randomly look at whatever and then it's something else and notice how peaceful this awareness is. And so you can experience for yourself how peaceful it is to go beyond thought. When you want to stay there more often. So practice today's lesson to help you do that whenever you become aware of any thoughts. And this can be an ongoing mind-watching practice for you. Whenever a thought comes up, you're aware of it, you can say, but my thought about whatever it is, whoever it is, does not mean anything. To help you let it go and add in this idea will help to release me from all that I now believe. If you feel like you need to. It's a sticky thought. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and practice of the lesson. Okay, so still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's some text to do if you want to. It's getting quite late, but I'm happy to continue if you'd like to. It's a section on it's called Atonement, One-ment without sacrifice. section 1 of chapter 3. It is 7 paragraphs, I believe. 8 paragraphs.
8.
Biggish, they're medium-sized, shortish paragraphs. I've done the translation already. So up to you if you want to have a crack at that. Happy to go for it. Elaine, how do you feel?
I'm not sure. That meditation was, a bit sort of, had a bit sticky moments there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's,
Okay.
yeah. Just I've had a couple of difficult nights, really difficult nights, and I'm doing this meditation, but it's sort of keeping me awake for half the night. So it's like I'm forcing my mind to go blank. You know, when you have that supposedly awareness, which I do go into, but then I feel as though maybe I'm forcing it and stopping the thoughts. And I've been trying to I thought, I'll do these meditations before I go to bed. And I feel a little bit.
Which meditations? These?
Well, no, it was actually, no, there was not just this one. There was another one that was recommended by John and Annie. They highly recommended it, called Ed Can Help It, sound therapy meditation. Have you heard of it? It's like a noise. It's a noise.
It's a white noise.
It's not even a white noise. I don't know what it is. It's like a washing machine. It's
that's the frequency. It's a binaural beat frequency.
I know, it's so bizarre.
So hang on, there's John.
It's just come in time.
I guess we're going to carry on and do the.
John can do the text. I'm too tired. I'm sure I'm too tired.
To do the text.
I've got restless legs. I couldn't even sit still for that meditation. So.
Really?
Oh, so we're both sort of, because normally I find very soothing your meditations, and this was, but when you were saying, right, go into that awareness.
Yes.
I went like a blank, I just was stopping forcing thoughts to come in.
Oh, okay.
So that's
what I would say. Hi, John.
Hi, John.
Hi, John.
Hi, John.
First, the meditation is if you go into a deep meditation late at night, it's going to stop you sleeping because you get a sense of rest. There's a
for that. Well, I thought I'll try it for a couple of nights, and both nights you can't get to sleep because you're stopping the thoughts.
So that's why just a light, just like in the schedule I propose, it's you just do the short breath break on the meditation on the lesson, and that's generally enough. If you go deep into meditation before you go to sleep, you won't go to sleep.
Well, it's
danger.
And then you're forcing it. Then you blank your mind now. No thoughts. It's not, that doesn't work for me. And then this everybody's raving about this sound therapy by Ed Can Help. Everybody's saying it's amazing. Try this. Put your headphones on, and that'll be it. You'll go into this wonderful meditative state. Well, it was just annoying. I found it annoying. But it said perfectly.
In the washing machine.
Well, it's a frequency, so it's not the panacea for everything. But I use the power sleep track.
It's got you should have a read up on it. It's all the rave. Ed Can Help.
Yeah.
Well,
it's just binaural beat frequencies. It's nothing revelatory. But I use the power sleep track that I've given you before bed, and I actually go to sleep with it. So I just put it on headphones, sleep on my back, and I must say it really does seem to work, because within
Yeah.
5 minutes
No,
of
no, no,
sleep,
of course.
and it also blocks everything else out. So there's any ambient noise, anyone else moving around, it just blocks all that
Yeah.
out.
Oh,
And
yeah.
just
No, each to their own, of course. Each to their own. But yeah, but it's just when somebody's raving so wonderfully about this particular sound, and I just thought, gosh, it's just annoying me. This sound, it's really annoying me. Yeah. So it's interesting how we're all different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then work with that. Okay, well, it's just a thought. My
Yeah.
thoughts about
Exactly.
this sound does not mean anything.
I
It's
know.
just a personal reaction, which actually doesn't mean anything.
Of
You can use
course.
that as
Yeah.
your practice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, any other comments or questions? Good session. We're gonna do the text now. John, you're just in time. Some reinforcements were needed, I think. Lynn, you dropping off. Lane,
I am
are you gonna
going
do a bit
to.
of
What
Yeah.
time's
No,
tomorrow? Do we know yet?
yeah, well, we can set it now. So we can do an afternoon session, or we could do an evening session starting at 7. So we can either start at 7 p.m. or we could do a afternoon at say starting at 1. What's better for everyone? What's
I
better for
don't-
you, Lynn?
I mean, well, for me, I'm more likely to be awake during the day, for the
Okay.
earlier one, but I know other people need it at other times, but
Well, see you, Lane, tomorrow.
mine might
Okay.
be a little bit later because I've got a couple of cats
Hmm.
to deliver.
Hmm.
So a bit later.
So 2 o'clock or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Should
yeah.
be back by then.
Okay. 2 p.m. John,
Yeah.
so what do you?
I'd have to go about the past 3, I think.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay. So we'll start it at say 1:30, and then yeah, 1:30 p.m. and if you've got to go then go. Otherwise stay with
Yeah, I'll have to stop at about 4:30, but I can always come back on
us. Does
afterwards if
that
you're
work
still
for
on.
everyone?
um,
Oh, sorry, go on.
I'm just wondering, would it work to do the text in the evening? Because I could definitely do the evening
Hmm.
if you wanted to do.
I'm doing one session though, so I can do an
Okay.
evening session starting at 7. Does that work better? Could probably start at 6 actually. Start at 6 if you want. And give us time to do the text. Does that work for everyone, Elaine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah,
Okay.
works for me, yeah.
6 p.m. And then we'll get to the text around yeah, well, this time or earlier hopefully, but we did quite a bit today. Okay. So
Thanks.
yeah, join us then. Anytime from
Thanks
6
all.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good night, Lynn.
Okay.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night, all.
Right.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Okay. Bye. All right. So Elaine, you're going to stay with us to a bit of text.
Yeah, I'll try a little bit. Yes.
It's good. Let's have a look at today's lesson, today's text. All right, so this is section 1 of chapter 3. Chapter is called The Innocent Perception, and the section is called Atonement or Atonement, as we pronounce it, without sacrifice. So just practice in the translated version saying Atonement instead of Atonement. Okay, so it's 8 paragraphs. I've done the translations and stuff, so we'll Start with number 1. John, if you can read that in the original and alternative, line by line, please. Sentence by sentence.
A further point must be perfectly clear before any residual fear still associated with miracles can disappear. A further point must be perfectly clear before any residual fear still associated with corrections can disappear. The crucifixion did not establish the atonement. The resurrection did. The crucifixion did not establish the awakening. The resurrection did. Many sincere Christians have misunderstood this. Many sincere Christians have misunderstood this. No one who is free of the belief in scarcity could possibly make this mistake. No one who is free of the belief in scarcity could possibly make this mistake. If the crucifixion is seen from an upside down point of view, it does appear as if God permitted and even encouraged one of his sons to suffer because he was good. If the crucifixion is seen from an upside down point of view, it does appear as if pure formless awareness of perfect love permitted and even encouraged one of its extensions to suffer because he was good. This particularly unfortunate interpretation, which arose out of projection, has led many people to be bitterly afraid of God. This particularly unfortunate interpretation, which arose out of projection, has led many people to be bitterly afraid of God. Such anti-religious concepts enter into many religions. Such anti-religious concepts into many religions. Yet the real Christian should pause and ask, how could this be? Yet the real Christian should pause and ask, how could this be? Is it likely that God himself would be capable of the kind of thinking which his own words have clearly stated is unworthy of his Son? Is it likely that pure formless awareness of perfect love itself would be capable of the kind of thinking which its own words have clearly stated is unworthy of its extension?
Okay, and then from the top in the alternative.
Further point must be perfectly clear before any residual fear still associated with corrections can disappear. The crucifixion did not establish the awakening. The resurrection did. Many sincere Christians have misunderstood this. No one who is free of the belief in scarcity could possibly make this mistake. If the crucifixion is seen from an upside down point of view, it does appear as if pure formless awareness of perfect love permitted and even encouraged one of its extensions to suffer because he was good. This particularly unfortunate interpretation, which arose out of projection, has led many people to be bitterly afraid of God. Such anti-religious concepts enter into many religions. Yet the real Christian should pause and ask, how could this be? Is it likely that pure formless awareness of perfect love itself would be capable of a kind of thinking which its own words have clearly stated is unworthy of its extension? So he's reminding us here not to get to let go of the idea of the traditional concept that the crucifixion was part of the Atonement, the Atonement, because the crucifixion was part of the process that the crucifixion had to happen in order to resurrection, which is the real awakening, to actually come. So it
does appear as if pure formless awareness of perfect love permitted and even encouraged one of its extensions to suffer because he was good. That's the misinterpretation. This particularly unfortunate interpretation, which arose out of predictions, led many people to be bitterly afraid of God. So he's saying really that the traditional Christian view of the crucifixion and the resurrection is particularly unfortunate. But of course, so that's why traditional Christianity doesn't like the Course, because it contradicts their thought system. But he's saying these anti-religious concepts actually enter into many religions. But how could this be? He's saying. Surely you should ask, how could this be? Is it likely that if God is love, how could love punish anyone? Is love really capable of this kind of thinking? Oh, well, I need to sacrifice some, one of my sons to atone for the sins of the others. I mean, does that make any sense? Would perfect love think that way? And if you state it in these clear terms, it's like, well, no, it doesn't make any sense at all. It came out of, you got to understand, at the time, in the Jewish religion, they were very much into their sacrifices. They'd sacrifice lambs and goats and whatever else. In fact, Yeshua was on record as saying that they turned the temple in Jerusalem into a slaughterhouse, because they would, sacrifice all these animals, and there's blood flowing all over the place, and it's horrible. And he's saying, this is not a house of God. This is a slaughterhouse. It's not what it's about. So that idea that, there had to be a sacrifice in order to atone for sin was very deeply entrenched in the psyche of even his disciples. So, it's no wonder they interpreted it that way, because that was their frame of reference. And so you can see how that particularly unfortunate interpretation of the crucifixion arose and then became the dogma. Okay, well, this is the interpretation, seemingly became fact. And we were taught that this is how it actually is, when in fact it's not how it is. It's an interpretation of it. Fact, Jesus was crucified, he died. Fact, again, some people believe that's not the case, but there's significant evidence to indicate that he did resurrect, because the body was never found. Okay, so he resurrected 2 days later, and then all the rest is interpretation. It's not fact anymore. It's, what do you make of that? What's the meaning you give to it? You're saying, well, just consider the traditional interpretations, and maybe that's not true.
So if
How could
given that the concept of sacrifice was around before Yeshua, what was the thinking that led to it? I mean, is that coming from the idea of, if I give this lamb, I'll get that?
Well, it's the idea of sin at the core of it, and that somehow sin must be atoned for. So because the sin is real and it's happened, there must be some sacrifice of another life in order to atone for our sins. This is a bizarre system, but the ego is insane. How does that atone? How does slaughtering an animal or anything, how does that atone for sins exactly? If you really look at it, it becomes ridiculous. Okay, so you're slaughtering an animal. This animal's suffering, and yet that's going to somehow atone for sins. How does that work? Why would a God of love require the suffering of an animal in order to atone for your sins?
Actually, when was the Old Testament written? Was it?
Oh, it was written over hundreds of years, from about 600, 700 BC, they estimate.
Ah, okay.
going back, several hundred years
So the idea
before.
was the idea of sin was not was there was
Oh yeah, very much so. Yeah.
yeah
You read the Old Testament, it's really a testament to a thought system of sin and guilt, which
yeah
then gets projected onto a God, now a wrathful, vengeful God, based on the misperception that we are sinful and guilty. And God is now going to punish us for our misdemeanors. That's, but that was coming out of the consciousness of the writers that didn't understand anything else. And then that becomes truth. It's like, oh, it's the testament to truth. No, it's a testament to what they believed at the time. And bear in mind, it was very tribal. The Israelites were this tribe trying to find their way in a hostile world. They came into Palestine, and there were all these other tribes, and they had to fight them and see them off and establish themselves. And so the belief system was our God is more powerful than their gods. Our God supports us because that's what we need in our conflict with the other tribes. So God was then a very partial, God largely about winning. Your particular tribe had to win over the other one because our God was more powerful. That's why we won. And when we lost, then it was, oh well, God's punishing us because we've been bad. That was the interpretation then, wasn't it? So it's all pretty kind of basic stuff, really, psychologically immature. And then Yeshua came with this, very sophisticated thought system of letting go, and it was completely undoing the Old Testament, which is why the Jewish leaders didn't like him. He was saying, no, none of this is actually relevant. None of it's true at all. I've come to reinterpret it all and tell you that there's a higher way, that God is love. That's why we've got the New Testament and the Old Testament, because there was a shift. You can clearly see, a major shift in awareness and in the teachings in the New Testament compared to the Old Testament. So why are they even in the same book? They just kind of lumped it all together and said, oh, well, that's the Bible, Old Testament and New Testament. Actually, they're completely opposite. What was said in the New Testament contradicts a lot of what is said in the Old Testament. So how can you put them in the same book and expect that book to be consistent? But just understanding this is helpful, I think, to understand that it's not ultimate truth. What you're talking about is people's perceptions at the time, and they were in a tribal state. If you understand spiral dynamics, at that time in the Old Testament, they were very much into tribal. The society was at a tribal level.
yeah
Not very advanced. Now we're at scientific materialism, and we're going to integral kind of thinking. Well, that was way, there were a few, or there's always outliers in society. So some of the prophets like Isaiah and Elijah, these kind of people, they were having mystic experiences, no doubt. Moses, they were having awakening experiences, but largely the society was asleep, and they were sort of the luminaries, illuminated in, that's what they were called, the prophets, who then had access to a higher awareness, and people say, oh, they're the prophets of God. So when you understand all that, the development of those religions makes more sense, and these concepts that came into them make more sense. Okay, well, this is where it comes from. It's just as you say, it says a particularly unfortunate interpretation. It's not true. It was a hangover from the Old Testament, really, that then made it into the New Testament, because they interpreted the crucifixion from an Old Testament perspective rather than from the new perspective that Yeshua had been trying to teach. And then that became the dogma, the Christian dogma of the Christian religion, which has been there for 2,000 years to say people, you know, that's blasphemy if you don't accept that. But hang on, it was an error to start with. It's an error that's gone on a long time, 2,000 years. You know, he's now setting the record straight very clearly. You know, this particularly unfortunate interpretation, which arose out of projection, so led many people to be bitterly afraid of God, but it's not true, fortunately. Okay, so you're okay with number one?
Yep.
Number two, then.
The best defense, as always, is not to attack another position, but rather to protect the truth. The best defense is not to attack another's position, but rather to protect the truth. It is unwise to accept any concept if you have to invert a whole frame of reference in order to justify it. It is unwise to accept any concept if I have to invert a whole frame of reference in order to justify it. This procedure is painful in its minor applications and genuinely tragic on a wider scale. This procedure is painful in its minor applications and genuinely tragic on a wider scale. Persecution frequently results in an attempt to justify the terrible misperception that God himself persecuted his own son on behalf of salvation. Persecution frequently results from an attempt to justify the terrible misperception that pure formless awareness of perfect love itself persecuted one of its own extensions to save its whole extension. The very words are meaningless. The words are meaningless. It has been particularly difficult to overcome this because although the error itself is no harder to correct than any other, many have been unwilling to give it up in view of its prominent value as a defense. The very words are meaningless. It has been particularly difficult for people to overcome this because, although the error itself is no harder to correct than any other, many have been unwilling to give it up in view of its prominent value as a defense. In milder forms, a parent says, "This hurts me more than it hurts you," and feels exonerated in beating a child. In milder forms, a parent says, "This hurts me more than it hurts you," and feels exonerated in being a child. Can you believe our Father really thinks this way? Can you believe our source really thinks this way? It is so essential that all such thinking be dispelled that we must be sure that nothing of this kind remains in our mind. It is so essential that all such thinking be dispelled that I must be sure that nothing of this kind remains in my mind. I was not punished because you were bad. Yeshua was not punished because I was bad. The wholly benign lesson the Atonement teaches is lost if it is tainted with this kind of distortion in any form. The wholly benign lesson the Atonement teaches is lost if it is tainted with this kind of distortion in any form.
Yeah, and from the top in the alternative.
The best defense is not to attack another's position, but rather to protect the truth. It is unwise to accept any concept if I have to invert a whole frame of reference in order to justify it. This procedure is painful in its minor applications and genuinely tragic on a wider scale. Persecution frequently results from an attempt to justify the terrible misperception that pure formless awareness of perfect love itself persecuted one of its own extensions to save its whole extension. The very words are meaningless. It has been particularly difficult for people to overcome this because although the error itself is no harder to correct than any other, many have been unwilling to give it up in view of its prominent value as a defense. In milder forms, a parent says, "This hurts me more than it hurts you," and feels exonerated in beating a child. Can I believe our source really thinks this way? It is so essential that all such thinking be dispelled that I must be sure that nothing of this kind remains in my mind. Yeshua was not punished because I was bad. The holy, benign lesson Atonement teaches is lost if it is tainted with this kind of distortion in any form.
Okay. Summary of that. What's he saying?
So he's saying here that I think he's mainly saying that we've got to be very clear that the need to be very clear not to get tied up, not to go back to this idea of we have sinned and therefore have to make amends and that we are responsible for the death of Christ because this whole idea of he died to save us from our sins.
And then, in the Christian teaching, it's like there's this guilt. Well, that, and then if that happened to Jesus, what's going to happen to you? And it's quite terrifying. A lot of children in that exposed to that are actually very frightened of the whole thought system. Well, if that can happen to Jesus, he's the Son of God and his horrible death, then what's going to happen to me? Because the fear keeps people under control. Well, you got to come to church. We've got the answer. Say your confession, even though it's not really addressing the problem. So the problem is a fundamental illusion, and it's a false belief. So he's just dispelling it and saying this is just completely false. All such thinking must be dispelled. Nothing must remain. Yeshua was not punished because I was bad. It was never a punishment. It was the ego's insane thought system wanting to suppress his message of perfect love. That's what was going on. But it had nothing to do with God punishing him, and that was just all a misinterpretation. So he's kind of setting the record straight, very much so in this section, other parts of the course as well. But it's a major false belief of Christian religion here, and he's just telling us that it's exactly that. It's false. And the holy benign lesson of Atonement teaches is lost if it's tainted with this kind of distortion in any form. Because what you're really saying is that the illusion is true. That this thought system of sin and guilt and punishment is somehow true, and it's still there, even though the resurrection is really the symbol that it's not true. That you can overcome all of that. That's the correct interpretation of the resurrection. Okay. Any other thoughts on number 2, John? So we go to number 3.
No, let's go to number 3.
Mm-hmm.
The statement, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord," is a misperception by which one assigns his own evil past to God. The statement, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord," is a perception in which someone believes he will be punished for his own evil past by pure formless awareness of perfect love. The evil past has nothing to do with God. The evil past has nothing to do with pure formless awareness of perfect love. He did not create it, and he does not maintain it. It did not create it, and it does not maintain it. God does not believe in retribution. Pure formless awareness of perfect love does not believe in retribution. His mind does not create that. Its awareness does not create that way. He does not hold your evil deeds against you. It does not hold my evil deeds against me. Is it likely that he would hold them against me? Is it likely that it would hold them against Yeshua? Be very sure that you recognize how utterly impossible this assumption is, and how entirely it arises from projection. I need to be very sure that I recognize how utterly impossible this assumption is, and how it arises entirely from projection. This kind of error is responsible for a host of related errors, including the belief that God rejected Adam and forced him out of the Garden of Eden. This kind of error is responsible for a host of related errors, including the belief that pure formless awareness of perfect love rejected Adam and forced him out of the Garden of Eden. It is also why you may believe from time to time that I am misdirecting you. It is also why I may believe from time to time that Yeshua is misguiding me. I have made every effort to use words that are almost impossible to distort, but it is always possible to twist symbols around if you wish. He has made every effort to use words that are almost impossible to distort, but it is always possible to twist symbols around if I wish.
Okay, and then just read it from the top.
The statement, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, is a misperception to which someone believes he will be punished by his own evil past by God. The evil past has nothing to do with pure formless awareness of perfect love. It did not create it, and it does not maintain it. Pure formless awareness of perfect love does not believe in retribution. Its awareness does not create that way. It does not hold my evil deeds against me. It is likely then that it will hold them against Yeshua. Is it likely that it would hold them against Yeshua? I need to be very sure that I recognize how utterly impossible this assumption is, and how it arises entirely from projection. This kind of error is responsible for a host of related errors, including the belief that pure formless awareness of perfect love rejected Adam and forced him out of the Garden of Eden. It is also why I may believe from time to time that Yeshua is misguiding me. He has made every effort to use words that are almost impossible to distort, but it is always possible to twist symbols around if I wish.
Okay. Thoughts on that?
Well, it's saying, is reminding us that, in the illusion, we think we have sinned and are guilty and therefore need to be punished. But in truth, none of that happened because it didn't actually happen, and pure formless awareness isn't aware of it and only seeks to help in a positive way. We will not, our mistakes will not be held against us.
Yeah, this if it's pure formless awareness of perfect love, it can't hold mistakes in mind. Those don't exist. in its awareness. So there's no sin, there's no guilt. The idea of punishment is just an illusory ego idea that has no reality at all. And so when Yeshua would heal, he'd say to people, but your sins are forgiven you. Because he knew that the source of their sickness and their suffering was sin, their belief that they'd sinned, which was very deeply entrenched in the Judaic tradition. And the interesting, the teachers of the law said, oh, that's blasphemy. To say that you can forgive sins, only God can do that. And he's saying, but I have the power on earth to forgive sins, because that's where the sins must be forgiven, in this world. But interesting that they called it blasphemy, when in fact it's only blasphemy to the ego's thought system. He was directly challenging the ego's thought system of sin and guilt, and showing that it could be overcome, and showing the extraordinary, the miraculous effects of it when people believed him. Because he said, I'm not doing anything. It's your faith that's made you well. Because you've believed my words and you've let go of your sin, these miraculous healings are happening. And that's how he did his healings. Went to the root cause of the problem, which is sin, and said that's not true.
And John, what is this? What is the actual interpretation of this story about Adam and Eve then? So,
yeah, I was saying, the interpretation that God punished Adam by rejecting them and forcing them out of the Garden of Eden for their sin is completely false, because God doesn't think that way.
how do we interpret that story of Eve tempting Adam with the apple?
Well, it's just the ego. The ego, the tree of knowledge, was the knowledge of duality. They were in an innocent state of pure awareness before that, and then God said, don't eat the apple from the tree, because that's the tree of the knowledge of duality. So now they came into self-awareness. They understood that they were separate from God, and they were ashamed, and they felt sinful and guilty, and so they did it to themselves. They cast themselves out of that garden, which symbolized the heaven, state of pure formless awareness, and they cast themselves out into a cruel, harsh external world, because that's what they chose. So it's symbolic of the separation. We chose to separate from our own awareness and go our own way, and then we suffer accordingly. We have to go into a harsh, pretty cruel world and try and make our way in that world, when actually everything was perfect in the garden. All our needs were provided. So the garden is symbolic of the state of pure formless awareness, or heaven, and the temptation was to leave that state, listen to the lies of the serpent, which obviously symbolizes the ego in the story, and abandon that awareness, thinking that a self-awareness, an awareness that I can do it instead, would be better. So the self-concept arose when they chose to eat the apple, and they went, oh, I'm now a separate self. And I understand that I now seemingly understand that I'm a separate self, and I'm separate from God, and I can now feel sin. I can now feel the idea that I'm sinful and guilty. I've done something wrong. I've done something to violate God's expectations of me, and now I feel that guilt, and then I hide away, and then I fear the punishment. And of course, if that's what you fear, then that's what comes to pass. Not that God is punishing you, it's you punishing yourself. Your ego is punishing you. So that's the correct interpretation of the Adam and Eve story. He's saying it's all false, including the belief that God, a God of love, could reject Adam and force him out of the Garden of Eden. This is clearly still, it's a false belief. It's in the belief system of the ego, which tells you that sin and guilt and therefore punishment is real. Is that clear, John?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay. Happy to go on to number 4.
Yep. Sacrifice is a notion totally unknown to God. Sacrifice is a notion totally unknown to pure formless awareness of perfect love. It arises solely from fear, and frightened people can be vicious. It arises solely from fear, and frightened people can be vicious. When I was reading this earlier, actually, I thought, oh, well, why can frightened people be vicious? And I suppose it's just out of extreme sense of self-defense, I suppose.
Well, the ego says the best form of defense is attack.
Yeah.
So when you feel threatened and you're fighting for your apparent life, the ego tells you that the body, your separate self, is your life, then you can lash out and be extremely vicious, like a cornered cat or rat or something. It's like because it's got nothing to lose. And so whenever people are vicious, they're actually scared, they're frightened, and then their viciousness seems to be justified by their fear. He's saying this is all totally unknown to pure formless awareness of perfect love.
So sacrificing in any way is a violation of my injunction that you should be merciful even as your Father in heaven is merciful. Sacrificing in any way contradicts Yeshua's teaching that I should be loving and kind as my source in the state of pure formless awareness is loving and kind. It has been hard for many Christians to realize that this applies to themselves. It has been hard for many Christians to realize that this applies to themselves. Good teachers never terrorize their students. Good teachers never terrorize their students. To terrorize is to attack, and this results in rejection of what the teacher offers. To terrorize is to attack, and this results in rejection of what the teacher offers. The result is learning failure. The result is learning failure.
Yeah. So read it from the top and the alternative.
Sacrifice is a notion totally unknown to pure formless awareness of perfect love. It arises solely from fear, and frightened people can be vicious. Sacrificing in any way contradicts Yeshua's teaching that I should be loving and kind as my source in the state of pure formless awareness is loving and kind. It has been hard for many Christians to realize that this applies to themselves. Good teachers never terrorize their students. To terrorize is to attack, and this results in rejection of what the teacher offers. The result is that I fail to learn.
Okay.
So this paragraph is saying that attack is will always fail to achieve what it's aiming to do. And sacrifice is unknown to spirit, because spirit is joined with everyone, and the very thought of anybody losing and gaining doesn't enter into it.
Yeah, in pure awareness, how can you lose anything? The idea of sacrifice implies loss. Well, how can you lose everything if you have everything, if your awareness is complete? It's not possible in pure formless awareness, the perfect love. So any idea of sacrifice is illusory. And the whole Old Testament teaching was rooted in the idea of punishment. All of that comes from this idea of sacrifice. So of course they can interpret Yeshua's crucifixion as a sacrifice, aren't they? Because that's their thought system. You perceive things as your conditioning programs you to perceive them. And it's so programmed into the idea of sacrifice, and of course they're going to interpret it that way. And then that error has become entrenched in the Christian religion as, oh, this is the truth. No, it's an interpretation of the truth. It's not the truth. Maybe 2,000 years old, not quite, but it's been around for a long time, but it's still an interpretation, and maybe the original interpretation was false. So then it's just been an error that's carried down the centuries. Needless to say, that most traditional Christians aren't going to welcome that message, because it basically saying that you've been believing in it in what's false. And no one ever likes to look at that. In the same way as the Yeshua came to reinterpret the dogma of Judaism, it was false. It's up to the course and the course teachers to reinterpret the dogma of Christianity, which has become the dominant religion of the world now, and say, no, this isn't true, it's false. And the course is not going to be welcomed by the authorities. It never has been, as is demonstrated by the reaction of the Pharisees and the Sadducees to Yeshua's teachings. They didn't welcome them at all. They resisted them, and eventually they killed him, because it was competition for them. And then he talks about the terrorizing. So, the Christian, the old fire and brimstone sermon from the pulpit on Sundays, that's quite well known, isn't it? That the preacher, and you will be burned in hell if you don't listen to God. That's maybe less common these days, because I don't think most people buy that. But these preachers that would use fear to try and bring people into line. So you better listen to me and the church's teachings. You better stay a good Christian, otherwise you will burn in hell. I mean, what a fearful message. So to terrorize is to attack. This results in rejection of what the teacher offers. So what usually happens when someone does that is that people turn around and say, no, I don't accept that. And then they leave. No wonder they left the church in droves, because the message doesn't resonate, especially as people start becoming more wise in the ways of the world, and they've got jobs, and they're middle class, and they're educated, and they start to go, that just doesn't really resonate with me. And I've seen this in a spiritual sense. Did a retreat once with a teacher, and he was he basically terrorized people, which was hectic. It was just, I had a session, we did the naming your game process. It took about 6 hours. There were about 17 people who had to go through the process. And it was just, oh my goodness, just so hardcore. He just reduced people to quivering wrecks. And I was like, well, that's not really helpful, because they're so fearful they can't even think. So I've seen, it's just, and then interestingly, because they were going to do a follow-on workshop, no one did it, because everyone just went, there's no way we go back to this. Even though the message, there was truth in it, they just rejected what the teacher offered. So the result is learning failure, as he says. Okay, so any other thoughts on that paragraph? Happy to move on to 5, John?
Yep, I am, yep.
Okay. Number 5 then.
I have been correctly referred to as the Lamb of God who taketh away the sins of the world. But those who represent the Lamb as blood-stained do not understand the meaning of the symbol. Yeshua has been correctly referred to as the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world. Those who represent the Lamb as blood-stained do not understand the meaning of the symbol. Correctly understood, it is a very simple symbol that speaks of my innocence. Correctly understood, it is a very simple symbol that speaks of my innocence. The lion and the lamb lying down together symbolize that strength. And innocence are not in conflict, but naturally live in peace. The lion and the lamb lying down together symbolize that strength and innocence and are not in conflict, but naturally coexist in harmony. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God is another way of saying the same thing. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God is another way of saying the same thing. A pure mind knows the truth, and this is its strength. Pure mind knows the truth, and this is its strength. It does not confuse destruction with innocence, because it associates innocence with strength, not weakness. It does not confuse destruction with innocence, because it associates innocence with strength, not with.
Okay. And then from the top in the alternative.
Yeshua has been correctly referred to as the Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world, but those who represent the Lamb as blood-stained do not understand the meaning of the symbol. Correctly understood, it is a very simple symbol that speaks of my innocence. The lion and the lamb lying down together symbolize that strength and innocence are not in conflict, but naturally coexist in peace and harmony. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God is another way of saying the same thing. A pure mind knows the truth, and this is its strength. It does not confuse destruction with innocence, because it associates innocence with strength, not with weakness.
Okay. Thoughts about that?
Well, Rim is saying here that when we are pure in heart, when we are aligned with spirit, we not only have peace, we are in a position of, we actually enter into our strength, because we are in complete alignment with who we are. We are congruent with ourselves, and in that time, during that time, strength and peace both come through us quite naturally.
Naturally coexist in peace and harmony. So yeah, strength and the innocence are actually one and the same thing. The purity, the innocence is our strength. Do not confuse destruction with innocence. How could you confuse destruction with innocence? But that's the ego for you. It associates innocence with strength, not with weakness. The ego will say that, well, innocence is Innocence is dangerous. Innocence will make you vulnerable to being abused, misused. You'll become a doormat. You need to be street smart. You need to, wise up in the world. And so then in that street smart thought system, you lose your innocence, don't you? If you identify with it. This is saying, well, your ultimate strength comes from the innocence, because the innocence is pure formless awareness of perfect love that transcends all sense of sin and guilt, fear, attack, and all weakness. And in the innocence lies the fundamental strength. And using the Christian symbolism, the lamb is blood-stained and so on, and just helping us reinterpret all of this traditional Christian language. Okay, does that make sense? Any other questions on that? Number 5, happy?
Yep, I'm good with that.
Okay, number 6 then.
Innocence is incapable of sacrificing anything, because the innocent mind has everything and strives only to protect its wholeness. Innocence is incapable of sacrificing anything, because the innocent mind has everything and strives only to protect its wholeness. It cannot project. It cannot project. It can only honor other minds, because honor is the natural greeting of the truly loved to others who are like them. It can only honor other minds, because honor is the natural greeting of the truly loved to others who are like them. The Lamb taketh away the sins of the world, in the sense that the state of innocence or grace is one in which the meaning of the atonement is perfectly apparent. The Lamb takes away the sins of the world, in the sense that the state of innocence, of pure formless awareness, is one in which the meaning of the atonement is perfectly apparent. The atonement is entirely unambiguous. The atonement is entirely unambiguous. It is perfectly clear because it exists in light. It is perfectly clear because it exists in pure formless awareness. Only the attempts to shroud it in darkness have made it inaccessible to those who do not choose to see. Only the attempts to cover it with limited awareness have made it inaccessible to those who do not choose to perceive it. So from the top, innocence is incapable of sacrificing anything, because the innocent mind has everything and strives only to protect its wholeness. It cannot project. It can only honor other minds, because honor is the natural greeting of the truly loved to others who are like them. A lamb takes away the sins of the world, in the sense that the state of innocence of pure formless awareness is one in which the meaning of the atonement is perfectly obvious. The atonement is entirely unambiguous. Perfectly clear because it exists in pure formless awareness. Only the attempts to cover it with limited awareness have made it inaccessible to those who do not choose to perceive. So again, is reinforcing this message that innocence, when we are joined with spirit and enter that state of innocence, then at one moment flows naturally. There's nothing ambiguous about it. And there is no projection. We are outside of the illusion. We have let the illusion go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we stay in our own innocence. We honor the innocence of others. And that means we don't judge them. We don't condemn them. You see them as they really are, in their pure formless awareness. Because then you're in that state. If you see them in their true light or pure formless awareness, then you must be in that awareness too. Which is, what really the essence of what he's trying to teach us. Saying your way out of the dream is very simple. You must perceive others as you perceive yourself. There's no other way. You can't see them as guilty and then see yourself as innocent. That's not possible. Because the moment any guilt enters into your mind, you cloud your own innocence. You don't experience it anymore. So there's no way you can perceive sin and guilt in someone else and still think that you're innocent. Okay. Any other thoughts on that? Atonement is entirely unambiguous. Saying it's actually very clear. Once you start to see it and you clear away all the false beliefs, then it becomes very clear, very unambiguous, very simple, very straightforward. As he says, this is a very simple course, very straightforward. It's only your ego that's going to try and make it complex and difficult. There's nothing more simple and more innocent than perfect oneness. In that perfect oneness, nothing else exists. So it's the ultimate state of simplicity, isn't it? One single awareness without anything else. It's pure simplicity. Pure innocence. That's where strength comes from. That's your true source of strength and of everything. All right. Number 7. Happy to go on.
Yeah, the atonement itself radiates nothing but truth. The atonement radiates nothing but truth. It therefore epitomizes harmlessness and sheds only blessing. It therefore epitomizes harmlessness and sheds only blessing. It could not do this if it arose from anything but perfect innocence. It could not do this if it arose from anything but perfect innocence. Innocence is wisdom because it is unaware of evil, and evil does not exist. Innocence is wisdom because it is unaware of evil, which is just the belief in separation. And evil or separation does not really exist. It is, however, perfectly aware of everything that is true. However, it is perfectly aware of everything that is true. The resurrection demonstrated that nothing can destroy truth. The resurrection demonstrated that nothing can destroy truth. Good can withstand any form of evil, as light abolishes forms of darkness. Good can withstand any form of evil, as pure formless awareness abolishes all forms of evil. The atonement is therefore the perfect lesson. The atonement is therefore the perfect lesson. It is the final demonstration that all the other lessons I taught are true. It is the final demonstration that all the other lessons Yeshua taught are true. If you can accept this one generalization now, there will be no need to learn from many smaller lessons. If I can accept this one, scroll down a bit, John. Generalization now, there will be no need to learn from many smaller lessons. I am released from all my errors if I believe this.
Yeah, and from the top in the alternative.
The Atonement radiates nothing but truth. It therefore epitomizes harmlessness and sheds only blessing. It could not do this if it arose from anything but perfect innocence. Innocence is wisdom because it is unaware of evil, which is just the belief in separation. And evil or separation does not really exist. However, it is perfectly aware of everything that is true. The resurrection demonstrated that nothing can destroy truth. Good can withstand any form of evil, as pure formless awareness abolishes all forms of limited awareness. The Atonement is therefore the perfect lesson. It is the final demonstration that all the other lessons Yeshua taught are true. If I can accept this one generalization now, there will be no need to learn from many smaller lessons. I am released from all my errors if I believe this. So it's just kind of reinforcing the message again, really, that Atonement is strength, is innocence, is peace, is the truth, and it cannot, it doesn't see evil. It can only emanate good. It is our own belief in separation that prods us into rejection and all sorts of various stories that we get into.
Nothing can destroy the truth. Good can withstand any form of evil. And that's really the ultimate message of the crucifixion and resurrection, isn't it? The good can withstand even the most egregious form of evil. Yeshua was a healer. He was a teacher. He was a gentle soul, and they kill him in the most brutal way, and yet he resurrects to demonstrate that actually can't kill him. The evil can't overcome the truth of what he is, that he's pure formless awareness of perfect love and nothing else. So really a very profoundly powerful symbol of good triumphing over evil. And that's the true message of the crucifixion. Not he died for your sins, to atone for your sins. It's just a complete transcendence of the ego's thought system of guilt and sin and hatred and attack and death into a transcendent state of eternal life, and saying that, well, even when you think that the ego is all powerful, it's it's not. I mean, did you watch the movie Risen?
I did, yeah, some time back, yeah.
Do you remember the scene where the hero of the story, the Roman soldier?
Oh, yeah.
What was his title? I can't remember. Anyway, he was basically the henchman of Pontius Pilate. You had to go and do his bidding. It's a lackey, really. He was kind of the head of the Roman army and the garrison. So he's searching for the body, and they're on this massive manhunt to find the body of Yeshua. And then he goes up into the room and he walks in on the disciples with Yeshua. And he just drops his sword. He's like, "What? Like, I saw you a few days ago dead. I took you down from the cross, and here you are, alive, talking." It just completely blew his mind. He couldn't, his paradigm was shattered.
Yeah.
And that was his transformation. He was like, well, if that can happen, then like what he's saying has to be true, because that's he was very much into the ego's thought system. Well, the cruelty and the death, and when remember him talking about nails being drilled into your hands and your legs, and going into graphic detail about how much it would hurt to one of the disciples. And then it's like, okay, but actually none of that matters. That whole thought system is completely blown away by the resurrection.
Did he become a disciple himself, that Roman soldier?
Well, it's a fictional story, so
Yeah.
I don't think he existed ever in reality. It's just an interpretation. Yeah, I mean, in the story, in the end of the movie, he becomes, you can see, he's abandoned his old life. He gives up his soldier's ring, and leaves it behind, and walks away. It's like, okay, he's on another path now, you can see. So he did become a disciple of Yeshua, and would have, if he had existed, would have probably followed the other disciples in the teachings, and been one of the early followers. But you can see how, seeing these things, these miracles that Yeshua did, many people would have shifted and gone, well, if I can see that, then that's possible, and I have to believe. And then it's just as he said, particularly unfortunate interpretation of the crucifixion that was misinterpreted as some kind of sacrifice for our sins. Very, very unfortunate, because the true message got obscured. But it's still there for anyone who's willing to see it. Okay, so last one, number 8, short paragraph.
The innocence of God is the true state of the mind of his Son. The innocence of perfect love is the true state of the mind of its extension. In this state, your mind knows God, for God is not symbolic, he is fact. In this state, my mind knows pure forms of awareness of perfect love, for pure forms of awareness of perfect love is not symbolic, it is fact. Knowing his Son as he is, you realize that the atonement, not sacrifice, is the only appropriate gift for God's altar, where nothing except perfection belongs. Knowing its extension as it is, I realize that awakening, not sacrifice, is the only appropriate gift for perfect love's foundation, where nothing except perfection belongs. The understanding of the innocent is truth. The understanding of the innocent is truth. That is why their altars are truly radiant. That is why the foundation of their thought system is truly radiant.
And from the top, an alternative.
The innocence of perfect love is the true state of the mind of its extension. In this state, my mind knows pure forms of awareness of perfect love, for pure forms of awareness of perfect love is not symbolic, it is a fact. Knowing its extension as it is, I realize that awakening, not sacrifice, is the only appropriate gift for perfect love's foundation, where nothing except perfection belongs. The understanding of the innocent is truth. That is why the foundation of their thought systems is truly real.
Okay. What's he saying in this one?
Well, I mean, it's still the same theme, really, that innocence, that alignment with spirit is perfection. It cannot know sacrifice. It is the the foundation that we are seeking.
Yeah, which is truly radiant. So the innocence then extends. I think Yeshua's teaching has gone global and become a world teaching because he stood for that innocence so purely, became radiant, and it radiated out from him. It radiated out through the whole world because other people caught it and went, yeah, this is what he's teaching is, there's true hope here. It's actually a thought system that is inspiring, that's hopeful, that, makes us feel a whole lot better about ourselves and others. So let's believe this. And so the truth radiated out from one person who fully accepted his innocence and the power, the strength and the innocence, the strength that came from that. The world changed, profoundly. The Christian message, although it's been distorted, what has still come through in Christianity is the idea of loving kindness, of being truly helpful to others, of forgiving others. Those ideas did enter the mainstream and were largely responsible for the secular laws that came to be passed. It said, well, you can't just go around murdering people and stealing and raping and pillaging and plundering. We have to have some civilized society. It's like, well, we have to have Christian principles at the foundation of our legal system to govern society. And those have largely, been adopted worldwide. It's now not considered acceptable, albeit maybe in still a few outlier society, but it's not acceptable to do that anymore. And so these teachings have become embedded in the secular understanding as well. So it profoundly changed the world. His understanding of truth, which was so strong, and then he taught it so purely, and he demonstrated in his miracles, that radiated out through the whole world. That's what he's saying we can do as well. Be the light of the world. Okay. So happy with that. Just a couple of summary, if you want to read that, just to wrap it up.
I recognize that the resurrection, not the crucifixion, established the process of awakening. If I misinterpret the crucifixion, I might fearfully believe God allowed one of his sons to suffer for being virtuous. I should question how pure formless awareness of perfect love could think in these ways when it contradicts the essence of itself and its extension. Shall we do two paragraphs, Jono, and then summarize?
Okay, if you want to.
Defending the truth without attacking another's beliefs is crucial. Accepting concepts that twist my understanding leads to the false perception that pure formless awareness of perfect love persecutes its extensions for salvation. A concept hard to let go of due to the perceived protective value my separate self has given it. The notion that suffering needs to be inflicted for a greater good, which is reflected in the misconception that Yeshua was punished for my sins, distorts the purely positive lesson of the resurrection.
Yeah, so what's he saying?
So it's saying here, remember that it's the resurrection that establishes the beginning that establishes the awakening. Don't get misled into thinking anything about this. Christ dies for our sins. It's a complete distraction because spirit is perfect in its essence, and we are part of that, and when we are connected with it, there is nothing to fear, and we are above evil and any notion of sin.
Idea that somehow suffering can be alleviated by more suffering. It's a bit of a bizarre idea, isn't it? Someone's got to suffer for sins to somehow alleviate those sins and other people's suffering. So Jesus died for our sins. So he had to suffer so that we wouldn't suffer. Okay. Does it really make any sense? And how does that actually work? You know, how did his death suddenly relieve us of sins when if we still believe in sin and guilt, like it hasn't helped us at all, has it?
No. I came across an interesting example of the power of forgiveness, actually. Yeah, we were talking about that film, A Unique Place or something. It's the story of Auschwitz and the fellow who in charge of Auschwitz. His name was Hoss, and
Yeah.
and when the Allies took over the camp, he escaped. He disguised himself as a gardener and got away. But he was caught about a year later, and he went through and actually it was the British that caught him, and they put him into a prison and just beat him. You know, they beat him with his own riding whip. They really kind of brutalized him. And then he went to a Polish prison, and they were not necessarily kind, but they were correct with him. And they treated him as a human being, albeit one who had done, you know, a grievous deed. And Hoss, when he was tried, always said he was carrying out his duty. He went into great detail about what they did, in fact, but never showed any regret until 10 days before they executed him, or even 4 days before they executed him, at which point he said, I deeply regret what I did, and I deeply regret that I followed other people's instructions without questioning them. And the thing that made all the difference for me was how I was treated in that Polish prison. Because having done what I did to so many Polish people, that they would then treat me in a humane manner transformed me.
Yeah. So then he saw that there's another thought system other than, you know, the one that he'd subscribed to. He'd been an instrument of that.
Yeah.
And so then, you know, there was some kind of redemption.
Yeah.
At the end of his life, you know, because he just made a mistake. And of course, would say, well, he made a mistake. He's not sinful or guilty for that mistake. You know, he bought into a false thought system. And it would be very easy to do that in those circumstances, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
When you think of Nazi Germany, if you suddenly said, no, you know, I'm not going to do this because I'm questioning the authority, well, that's him gone. You know, they go like, well, you know, you might not survive. They might kill you, or they might say, you know, well, okay, then you excommunicated from the army. You know, there's no longer any support for you and your family. You know, where's he going to go? What's he going to do? I mean, you can see how it becomes very difficult in systems like that to break free, because the consequences of violating the system, of going against it, are severe.
Yeah.
Very easy to judge and go, oh, well, you know, he should have stood up. So, okay, would you have done that? Because it basically means that you might be killed yourself. They might put you in the camp. I might go, okay, well, you join them. You don't like, you know, that kind of thought system, and just turn around and suddenly, you know, you're on the other side, and then he's got a family and he's got a wife, and he's like, well, I've got to think of them and their welfare. How am I going to take care of them? If I don't do this, what am I going to do? And the ego's got this, you know, this whole system. I mean, if he had real integrity, he would have said, no, I'm resigning. I can't do this. And, you know, I'll take my chances. And but he obviously he wasn't there. He just
No.
he was too caught up in the ego system. And yeah, I mean, he might have, the real integrity is saying, well, look, I would rather die. If you're going to kill me, then kill me. I'd rather die than do this. It's not because it's not correct to do this to anyone. But then he would have been at a much higher level than he was. So he obviously needed to go through that experience, and at the end of his life, he came to some kind of realization of like, actually, there is another way, and that was demonstrated to him by the Polish, which was transformed him. And then, in his next life, that, okay, well, what a great, you got to go. He learned a tremendous amount in that lifetime, so it wasn't wasted. From the perspective of the ego, though, that's all like, oh, he was just evil and he was guilty and he should have been, well, you should have really suffered because you look at the suffering he inflicted.
Yeah.
So make him suffer, and that was what the British did. Make him suffer, as much as you can. Oh, okay, so more suffering is gonna heal the problem. More punishment, more guilt, more pain, more suffering is somehow going to make it better. No, you're just making the same mistake he did.
Yeah.
Wow. So that's what this teaching offers, a way out of all of that, all of the errors.
Okay. My past errors are not punished by pure formless awareness of perfect love, which remains unaware of them. Believing that my errors can affect perfect love's perception of me or Yeshua is a projection of my own belief in error. This misperception fuels further errors, such as the belief that I am being led astray by Yeshua, or that God expelled Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden. The idea of sacrifice, which comes from fear, contradicts the teachings of perfect love and Yeshua's message of loving kindness. Recognizing how the idea of sacrifice influences my words and actions can help me stop perpetuating my fear and continuously failing to learn the lesson that fear is not justified in any form.
Okay, what's he saying?
It's saying that that only our egos can believe that error is a sin. And if we go down that track, then we're going to end up with this belief that God expelled Adam and Eve because they committed a sin. And the idea of sacrifice, which actually, comes from fear, dissolves if we stay in our connection with spirit.
Yeah, so it can help. It can, being aware of this idea of sacrifice. That's how deeply entrenched it is in our thought system. It's at the core of the separation, isn't it? Separation is the idea that I've sacrificed love in order to have a separate self. So at the very core of the idea of separation, sacrifice, I've lost something. In order to have a separate self and a separate identity, I've lost this pure formless awareness of perfect love. And that idea of sacrifice underpins the ego's thought system. You can't get away from sacrifice as long as you believe in a separate self, which is why sacrifice is entrenched in the ego system, and why Yesh was saying it's never going to work. As long as you have the idea of sacrifice at the core of it, it's going to be dysfunctional. It's going to be painful, because the idea of loss is at the very foundation of it. But fortunately, none of that's true. You didn't really lose anything, because you can't really lose your true awareness. It's still there. Just covered over, but it's still there. So your error is that. Your errors are not permanent. The ego says your errors are permanent and punishable. They're permanent, therefore they're real, therefore they're punishable, and it makes the errors then into a sin that is permanent rather than just a temporary error. Yeah, question, John.
Oh, I was just thinking of an instant a few months ago, actually, in this band that I'm playing, and there's this other guy
Yeah, I've heard of him before.
that I have issues with every now and again.
Is he still up to his tricks?
Well, no, less so actually. Yeah, in fact, he's very friendly these days.
Hmm.
I don't feel the same kind of
Hmm.
which is interesting. But
Well,
a
you
few,
did a lot of work on it, didn't you? Let it go.
yeah. But at one stage, though, a few months ago, I was thinking, well, I'll just make because I am actually the first euphonium player,
Yeah.
and he's number two. Um, and but I got to this stage, I thought, well, I'll just make him number. I'll just say, look, from now on, Dave, you're number one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just let it go,
Hmm.
and 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 I had that thought, and initially I thought, oh yeah, that feels good, but after a while, it didn't feel good, and I thought,
Hmm.
oh, what is going on here? And I kind of meditated on it, and I asked for guidance, and I got a very clear message. It said, "You stay at number one, John."
Okay.
Um,
Did it give you a reason?
just that it was kind of it was kind of down the line of don't just hand things over. You're handing something over that isn't appropriate to hand over.
Hmm.
Somehow it was kind of
Hmm.
maybe it was just a little bit of a cowardly act to
Hmm.
give. Here I've got an issue going on with this guy. Just give it over to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there was,
Maybe it was undermining your true worth. You say, oh, well,
yes, yeah,
actually, I am, I'm worth being the number one player because I'm good. I'm maybe better than him. So,
yeah,
to avoid conflict. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's
yeah,
easy to go, well, I just avoid conflict, so I'll kind of hide away and I won't shine my
yeah,
light. I won't
yeah,
be as good as I
that,
could be because
yeah,
that's
yeah.
that's going to cause ructions and that's not in line with spirit. So they
No,
never say hide
no,
your light
no.
away because
That,
someone might take umbrage to it. It would
yeah,
be like, oh, that's their problem. Just shine your light anyway, and people will perceive it as they perceive it. You're not trying to offend anyone, but
no,
not doing
no,
your best and not doing well is not helping anyone. Hmm.
no.
So maybe
Yeah, it was a curious one, but it was kind of down that line of you're just throwing in the towel for no reason here, John. You got to
hmm,
stay and
hmm,
but be open on it, and I do share, solos when they come up, I share them out, and
hmm. Yeah.
uh,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah, and it feels good to do so.
Yeah. Hmm.
So it gave me the right
So,
message. Uh, it was almost as
hmm.
though my intellectual brain was saying, "Oh, give it up," you know.
Yeah. It's
But
interesting.
on a
Hmm.
deeper level, it wasn't.
Hmm. Well, this is the wisdom, isn't it? It's like, well, doesn't like what does letting go actually mean? Do you let go? So how does it actually play out in the world?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you let go.
exactly.
You could have let go, and then so well, that's just letting go. But actually, maybe you were in the process denying your true worth, which would have been honoring the
Yeah,
ego.
yeah, yeah.
So yeah, it requires some discernment,
Mm,
listening to guidance. But there's something in you. This is the Holy Spirit that knew that it wasn't right, and so then there's an uncomfortable feeling, and then you meditate on it and you get guidance. So it's like, this is the teaching. It's like you can't make. I think in the Torah they have 680 odd rules of conduct. You can't do that.
no,
They tried to make a rule for every possible situation in life, and of course that's just ridiculous. You can't because there's so many different, infinite variations of situations that can arise in this world. And the only way of dealing with it is to ask for guidance. Say, well, there's no rule. It's just I'm listening to the Holy Spirit that can interpret this correctly and give me the correct guidance in whatever the situations. And then you become very flexible and very robust, not, tied to 685 rules, which you've got to memorize. And then, God help you if you violate one of the rules, then apparently you've sinned because you've worn. I mean, and I was watching The Chosen, and this teacher of the law was having a go at a guy who was wearing two forms of cloth. He was wearing a garment which had two forms of cloth, and they said, "Oh, rule number 173 says you can't do that."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Hang on, I thought it was kind of quite nice and fashionable." No, teacher of the law, you can't do that. You have sinned. You have take that off immediately. It's just bizarre, ridiculous. So now God cares about fashion and garments? I mean, come on. Like it's trying to bring the truth into the illusion. That's what they're trying to do. God comes and that never works. It's to bring the illusions to the truth and say, no, actually, really in God, in pure formless awareness, which is formless, it doesn't really matter what you wear. That's of no concern if it's, if there's no form.
I think this little story with this fellow was kind of, it also reminded me of, I remember when I was at school, for 4 years, I came second in class.
No.
But not to the same person, to different people.
Right. Okay.
Somehow I pitched myself at number 2.
Yeah.
And how the hell did I manage to do that?
Yeah, exactly. It's 4 years in a row. Two different guy was like a brilliant. You would go, okay, well, I just couldn't.
Yeah,
that's
anyway.
how it's a reality.
Yeah. Anyway, there we go. Yeah, I think it's this kind of self-denial. I think truth doesn't want self-denial in the sense of
I'm not worthy. It doesn't want you to go, I'm not.
No, it doesn't.
By your own true worth, that's not the truth. That's the ego. So you have to be quite aware of that because it has a tendency to try and do that, deny your own true self-worth, and then you become a martyr or a victim, or I'm not quite worthy of this, and that's just another form of the ego. I'm hiding my light. I'm not able to shine it into the world because I don't feel worthy of it. And that's what was going on. That's why you got that guidance.
Yeah. Good. Okay. So we are now, where are we?
I think we're perceiving Yeshua as the symbol of innocence.
Perceiving Yeshua as a symbol of innocence rather than a martyr of sacrifice aligns with the principles of strength and innocence that are really one and the same. My innocence prevents sacrifice, enabling me to honor the wholeness of my and everyone's true self. In this state, the true meaning of Atonement is clear and unambiguous, making it easy for me to see beyond my limited perception.
Yeah, just cover that first because the last.
Yeah. Receiving Yeshua. Well, I think it's just saying that aligning with spirit reinforces our sense of Atonement. It becomes clearer, and as such, it becomes clearer and stronger, unambiguous, and the whole thing reinforces itself and becomes stronger and stronger.
Yeah. So innocence is Yeshua and everyone's innocence is the strength, because there's no sin, there's no guilt. That's the source of strength, because if you're purely innocent, there's no downside. There's no need for punishment. If you're purely innocent, is there? Sin and guilt don't enter into it.
Yeah.
Okay. And last one, Atonement radiates truth.
The Atonement radiates truth, epitomizing harmlessness and blessing stemming from perfect innocence. Recognizing my innocence helps me find wisdom, which is really just an awareness of the non-existence of evil or separation. Yeshua's resurrection demonstrates that truth is indestructible and confirms that all of Yeshua's teachings are true. Accepting this liberates me from my errors, which affirm my mind's state of innocence and alignment with pure formless awareness of perfect love, and emphasizes that awakening, not sacrifice, is the only path to understanding my total innocence and extending this blessing to others.
Okay. Thoughts on that?
Well, it's just rounding the whole thing off by saying that the Atonement rate is truth, and as such, it is indestructible, and overcomes all sense of separation or evil or sin.
Yeah, it's complete. It's complete or it's not at all. This is the message. You're either innocent or you're guilty. You can't be sort of somewhere in between. It's one or the other. So you're either completely innocent and there's no guilt, or you're completely guilty and innocence is false. Those are the positions. And you can't fudge it. There's no middle ground, because a little bit of guilt means that innocence is denied. One idea of sin means you're no longer innocent, you're guilty. So it's an all or nothing deal. Got to accept, you're totally innocent. And so is Yeshua. And even though the ego's got the other interpretations of, say, the crucifixion and Adam and Eve and so on, none of that's true. Just see the perfect innocence. All right, so then
key message. I understand that awakening comes from recognizing my eternal innocence and the non-existence of separation or evil, which is demonstrated by the resurrection. This innocent awareness dispels my fear and its projections, aligning me with pure formless awareness of perfect love, and demonstrating that accepting my innocence, not sacrifice, is truly healing and my path to fully awakening from my belief in separation.
Okay.
So in saying here that as we align with our real selves, we enter that state of at-one-ment and let go and rise above all sense of evil or separation and get beyond all projection.
Yeah, which is a simple message, but very powerful. As you said, strength and innocence. My key takeaway is strength and innocence are one and the same. And the resurrection demonstrates that, innocence and strength will ultimately triumph over all evil and separation. because they cannot, there's no death. You can't actually destroy true awareness. Pure formless awareness is indestructible. So that's the real message of the resurrection, rather than the misinterpreted version that's become.
Yes, it's very lovely, isn't it? It's very good. I like it.
And this is why, this is why the traditional Christian church and Christians have an issue with the Course, because it contradicts some of their fundamental teachings. Says they're false. So then the choice is, well, either their teaching is false, or the Course is false, because both can't be true. It's one or the other. And of course they're going to default to theirs because it's been going for a lot longer, and they go, this is all new age and it's whatever. But for those who have eyes to see, you can see the truth. It becomes very clear that, yeah, I mean, this makes so much more sense to anyone with an open mind. I mean, I just never understood that Christian. I remember when I sort of had a kind of spiritual awakening when I was about in my at university in my early 20s, and I read a book. A guy gave me a book on Christ. It was a Christian book, and it was a book that sort of said, well, maybe Jesus was the Son of God, and it actually, there was some logic to it. And I remember reading it and having this quite profound experience of just like the whole room just filled with light, and I felt this kind of weight on my chest. And so I guess it was my first spiritual experience. Kind of shifted me into like, okay, actually I do believe he was the Son of God. But then I had to deal with all the the Christian teachings, and I was like, I just don't, it's like I don't really resonate with a lot of what they're saying. It was quite confusing, but I was like, okay, well, I just started by reading it all myself. Said similar way, studying the Course. At that point, I had nothing else, so I studied the Bible. Said, okay, let me just go read that and read it for myself and see what it says, rather than believing in the dogma. So I never really bought it. And then the Course came along and was like, okay, actually, that makes a whole lot more sense than the traditional view of it.
Yeah.
All right. So
Well done, John.
Yeah. Thanks for joining, because I don't think Elaine and Lynn were not going to make another 2 hours. They'd already been going for 3 or 4. So thanks for the reinforcement, and
pleasure. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Good section, really. I think I can't. We did do these sections last year, but you forget. So it's like, okay, it's like doing it from scratch again.
Good. Okay, John. Almost certainly.
So thank you, and I'll see you tomorrow. You're going to join tomorrow evening?
Should do, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. See you sometime after 6 tomorrow. Yeah, after 8. We'll probably be starting the text around 8 or 9.
Okay. Good. Okay. Cheers, John.
Okay. Thanks for joining. Okay, so that's a wrap for today. Thank you to everyone who joined, Elaine, Lynn, and John, for the session. If you enjoyed that and you'd like to subscribe to the channel, be notified by YouTube whenever I go live, please do that. You can also go to lifepool.com to get some of the material that I shared, the daily quote, the lesson, and mini meditation or breath break, as I call it, sent to you daily via Telegram. Go to lifepool.com to do that. And then go to theaolg.com, theaolg.com to register for our next masterclass and find out more about this program and how you can join these live sessions. So I hope to catch you on the inside. Thanks for listening again, and namaste. Which means the innocent self in me acknowledges and honors that same innocent self in you. Peace.